fell and lost to the war, shot me dead. I was lost and I said to the voices in my head, I'm gonna get up again, I'm gonna get up to another day, I'm not giving up again, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up again, I'm gonna get up to another day, I'm not giving up again, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up Look into my eyes, my heart beats like a drum. You listen to my lies. Love is far to come. Your love is far. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning, time my it just goes on. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me in this morning, time my it just goes on. Gotta get up again, I'm gonna get up to another day, I'm not giving up again, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna get I'm gonna get
Welcome. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully everyone's doing well. Let's see here. I'm gonna be starting off back with our back with our art stream, and so we're gonna do starting off with our art commission. Could be like trying to get as much of that done, and then like take a hour break, and then moving on to this.
Plop, 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 plop. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant.
Lol, thank you. Thank you. Frame skip due to missing rendering. What do you mean missing rendering? Why is it skipping frames? Oh, what the fuck? Due to encoding lag. Let me see here. Let me see on fucking settings. Switch it to 480p. Alright. But yeah. Snow has been causing lag. That's true, that's true. We'll do. Good thing we're just doing an art stream. Thank you, thank you, Connery. Welcome. Thank you for following. How are you doing, cutie? Hope you're doing well. How are you doing, Blitzies? I myself am doing well too. We're about to start our art stream. And to make sure everything is all good and dandy, make sure everything's working, and hopefully, just been there. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. Now again, to start the video. So what we're doing is pretty much we're gonna get our line art down a bit here. Let's see here. Drafts. This is gonna be like our drafts kind of thing. And then we'll do going over it again, putting in a little more detail. We're just getting the basic like body proportions down. I think for the draft. Hold on real quick. There's a lot of hard on draft stuff, but still. It looks like we're doing this pretty well. What I really want to get down is okay, let me add one more layer to this. And we're gonna name it clothes. If I can spell correctly. There we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we got everything pretty much down. The bone. This layer. Percent torso layer. Percent. %. Alright, there we go. Oh, now the clothes. On top of everything. Alright. Yeah, You get followed by both places. Ah, thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, I don't get like any YouTube notifications, which is odd, even though it is an option to sign in with a fucking. I guess it is. I don't fucking know. Anywho, at the very least, we're just doing art, and that shouldn't cause much lag in the first place. Alright. Alright, let's start this.
Now I'm the narcissist and I'm the bad parent because my daughter turned 18 like 6 months ago. She got an apartment and took her stuff and she left, and she blames me for that.
You owe your parents for bringing you into this world and keeping you alive.
Shit, hold the fuck on.
Ta-da!
Your parents for bringing you into this world and keeping you alive.
She found out who I voted for. Even the fact that I'm referring to her as a her, she would be very upset. So that will give you an idea of what I'm dealing with. The last text she sent me was that she just needs space. And again, I discussed that. I'm like, I don't know, space from what?
If you don't know me, hello, my name is Dimitri, and today I would love to dive into this very niche community on TikTok, which is commonly known as the estranged parents of TikTok, which in short is full of estranged parents who talk about their own experiences being estranged from their child or children. And I have definitely seen some great videos from these types of people where they have actually grown, they know
Here's a good girl.
and they are just healing from that and trying to repair their relationship with their children. But unfortunately, more often than not, I see a lot of negative videos from estranged parents. Now, most of these estranged parents are estranged mothers, and I really have been wanting to talk about this for a while now because I myself am an estranged child. So I personally feel like I have personal experience on the topic and I can give a unique perspective on this situation, and I know the minds of these women and I know why they think that way. It's all very unfortunate. We'll get into it. I'm going to react to some videos of these women. Just to make it a long story short, I had a very tumultuous life growing up, but I had a very tumultuous relationship with my own mother, and it is coming up on 6 years of me going no contact with my mother. Now, I am not saying this for sympathy because I genuinely do feel that my life is much better off this way, because typically parents like this are narcissists. I know the word narcissist gets thrown around a lot, people incorrectly using the term narcissist. Kashka has come to join us. I genuinely believe that my own mother has narcissistic personality disorder, and a lot of these estranged parents have some kind of mental issue. Because a lot of these estranged parents genuinely don't understand why their children are no contact with them. Now, whether they genuinely believe that because they're that delusional, or they know what they did and they just don't want to admit it. And I'm sure that these estranged mothers probably share a lot of similarities to my own. So without any more nonsense, let's get right into the estranged parents of TikTok.
How many estranged parents out there? I am an estranged parent. I was estranged from 2 of my 3 kids. It's a blessing because one of my daughter that I was estranged from, she texted me and we actually reconciled and we spent Christmas together, which was freaking amazing. I have a son who I'm estranged from, and I did an experiment, which I probably shouldn't have done, but I didn't text him for Christmas. I did not. I wanted to see if he would text me.
Oh my god, this pisses me off so goddamn much. We have not even made it a fraction into the video. I will let her continue,
that pisses me off.
I just want to say firstly, you may not know the full reason on why these people's children have gone no contact with them, but hey, that little sentence just gave me a huge glimpse into why. That gesture is operating out of ego. You need to put your ego aside if you want to repair things with your child. If you abused your child and that's why they are no contact with you, hey, you need to put effort into that. Your child cannot sit there and repair everything for you. Your child has gone through enough. So it's time for you as the parent to put your ego aside and just text your fucking kid Merry Christmas. Is it that difficult? Your child is not your partner that you're in a little high school relationship fight with, being like, well, I'm not gonna text them because I just want them to text me back first, so I'm just gonna give them the silent treatment. That's what high schoolers do. But anyway, continue.
He never did. And I know that I'm a grown-up and I'm the mom and I should make the effort to do it. But at the same time, I'm like, he's a grown-ass man. He's 28 years old. He has a wife, a kid. He's a police officer. Like, he completely is a grown man. He can make his...
And you're a grown woman. And you're a grown woman. You are his mother. He probably doesn't want to talk to you. And you not texting him is probably just giving him more reason into, well, my mother doesn't care about me. That's how he probably feels. And I know you as the estranged parent probably feel that way too, but this isn't about you. It's about your relationship with your child and trying to repair that. And having this toxic mind frame of, I'm not gonna text him because he needs to text me first. That is not helping the situation. And just to give you a little bit of insight into my life and my own personal anecdote on a topic like this, my mother, I'm estranged from my mother. My father is not in my life, but I do have a godfather, which quite honestly, we're on the way to becoming estranged as well, for a myriad of reasons. And yes, I am a grown woman, but in the dynamic,
Just making mental note for myself not to draw there.
In the dynamic, that person is the parent, I am the child. And after enduring so much verbal abuse from this person, and negativity and toxicity, and never be happy for me, never congratulate me on anything, and it was just so dreadful to talk to this parental figure in my life. I myself as the child feel like, why should I text them Merry Christmas? Why should I text them Happy Thanksgiving? They obviously don't care about me. They don't wonder about what I'm doing on that holiday. They don't invite me to anything. So I myself as the child didn't say anything to my godfather for Christmas, for Thanksgiving, Christmas, or New Year's. And guess what? He didn't say anything back to me either. And this is coming from someone who he himself has said the parent should reach out, not the child. But he himself, as the parental figure, still couldn't do that. Do you think that is going to make me feel like, oh, I need to step up and repair my relationship with this man? No, he is verbally abusive. Literally having this person in my life was giving me gray hairs from the stress of having this person in my life. But him not saying anything to me or contacting me in months or on any holidays, that is just, to me as the child, proving my point that this person dislikes me and doesn't care about me, even though
fair, that's pretty much.
And so with that being said,
pretty much how I feel about my parents.
Probably feels the same way. He probably dreads talking to you. You probably can't be happy for anything that he does in his life. So why would he text you Merry Christmas? Why would he want to reach out to you? And it's your job as the parent, yes, you are both grown adults, but it is your job in the dynamic of being the parental figure to reach out to your child. Because he probably already feels like you don't give a fuck about him. Just saying. And I know I can't project my own experiences onto other people's situations. And yes, I am generalizing, but I have to in this video. I know not everyone's situation can be the same. I'm just trying to give you, the viewer, and maybe
that's fair, that's fair,
a glimpse into the mind of an estranged child.
Own decisions. He knows I'm his mom, and for him not to text me, like, it's so hurtful. So I'm trying to... How
do you think he feels? How do you think he has felt his whole life? How do you think he feels when you don't text him? It's not about you. Oh my gosh, this makes me really upset to hear. Yes, I can understand grieving not having your son in your life, but your child is also grieving not having you in his life. I had to go through insane amounts of healing, Even though I absolutely hated my mother, I did not want her in my life. It is still extremely painful. Becoming no contact with a parent is an absolute last resort. Children don't want to go no contact with their parents. Sometimes you just have to do it in order to have a better life. And as someone whose mother is no longer in my life, I can confidently say that no one can fill the void of your mother, and that is very painful. That can be different for everyone. Like, obviously, some people see their grandmothers as their mothers, but I don't have my grandparents and I don't have my parents. And no one can fill the void of my mother, and that is fucking painful. But you know what? He has probably tried to reconcile with you. I'm sure he doesn't want his daughter to not have a grandmother. No one wants that. But these things have to happen when, typically on the parent side, there is no reconciliation. The parent does not want to better themselves in order to be in a relationship
I'm just doing willy-nilly.
with their child and their grandchildren.
Just doing get the basic shit down
Not see themselves as the
and draft
problem,
before I
and
do
not
some line art.
so you think it's painful? Imagine how he feels. Imagine how his granddaughter feels. But believe me, their life is probably a lot less painful without you in it. And I know that's very aggressive to say, but you've probably put him through years of hell. So yeah, it's painful, but how do you think he has felt his entire life?
I figured I'd jump on this estranged parent trend. I have a child who I
fucking it boils my blood every time a fucking parent says it's a fucking trend. It's not a fucking trend. Even psychiatrists, seasoned psychiatrists, 10 plus years, has fucking told everyone this is not new. The only difference is this is being recorded. Get your shit together, shitty parents.
It's my firstborn, my oldest, lives almost 1,000 miles away. Used to talk to her maybe once every other month, basically just to make sure she was alive, trying to give her space, etc., etc. She found out who I voted for, which is deeply personal. She has no clue.
And I can already with 100% certainty know that you voted for Trump. Anyways.
My fundamentals, why I voted for why I voted, she's never asked. She's only made assumptions. And because of that, she has decided she needs more space. And all I could think of was 1,000 miles away, and then maybe a 15-minute conversation every other month, which I initiate. You need more space from that?
Because you're probably exhausting to talk to. And a lot of people in these comments are saying, a vote for Trump is a vote against their family. A vote for Trump is a vote against women. You actively voted against your daughter having rights. Regardless on where you lie on the political axis, there are probably other reasons on why your daughter is estranged from you and needs space from you. It's probably not only just because of who you voted for. That was probably the final nail in the coffin, especially since you are saying that you would only have one conversation every other month. If your child does not want to reach out to you, it's probably for a reason. If your child doesn't want to tell you about what's going on
damn good reason,
in their life,
if
it's
that.
probably for a reason. And it's not because of them and what's going on in their life. I can say that a lot of people would want to have their parents share their accomplishments with them and be happy for them and hear about what's going on in their life. But when you turn that conversation into something negative and exhausting, always has to end in a fight, always has to end on some sort of negative term. Yeah, I would not want to talk to you either. I would want to hide things about my life from you. And I've gone through the same exact thing. And it's not because what I'm doing is sketchy, but it's because every single time I would want to share something about my life, it would just be turned into something negative. Because a lot of these parents are just negative, nasty, toxic people. And your child does not have to be obligated to deal with you. And if you are toxic and negative and nasty, especially to your children and to everyone else in your life, that's a you problem. You need to go to therapy. And a lot of these estranged children are willing to work on their relationships with their parents, but a lot of these parents have a huge ego and physically will not go to therapy and seek help.
Her lifestyle choices are very different than mine. Obviously, I have never pushed my thoughts, opinions, or choices onto her. Even the fact that I'm referring to her as a her, she would be very upset. So that will give you an idea of what I'm dealing with.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to apologize for calling this mother's child her daughter, but now that I have more information, I can say
she's fucking transphobic. Call it what it is.
Safely assume that.
Do you add ads on stream? Did mods lose some perks? Cause the only stream yours has got ads on interrupting ads. I mean, let me double check here. Cause I do like, yes, I do have moderation. Like, you're missing some ads manager. Alright, let me see here. Panels. Monetization. Alright, I'm gonna try to see what's going on real quick here. Achievements. Oh, I didn't fucking realize. Everyone, Twitch just gave me a notification that I have officially got affiliate status. Let's fucking go! Also, where's the panels here? Oh, real quick. Let me just add it over here. Hold on real quick. Yeah. Engagement. No wonder why you just starting to get ads. Like, huh? I don't remember adding ads. Alright. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is just to have less interruptions. We're gonna have like a 2.5 minute ad, a 2.5 minute ad every 30 minutes. That's it. I think that's cool with everyone. How many ads do you want to run per hour? Yeah, it's fine. It'll be about 2 to 5 minutes of ads every 2 minutes. of ads every 30 minutes and 5 minutes of ads every hour. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And incoming pre-rolls. Running 3 minutes of mid-roll ads. Yeah, so... Right, boys, girls, guys, girl, guys, help, brain. My brain is not braining. But basically, we're gonna have longer ads, but it's gonna be less often, so there's that. First ad delay. After the stream starts, how long do you want? Okay, so first ad delay is gonna be 10 minutes into the stream, so like during middle of stream, stuff like that. If an ad starts running, let me know so I can like pause whatever I'm doing and just wait for the ad to pass by. Major notification. Here's the thing. Alright, so how I set this up is basically I'm gonna get the notification 1 minute before the ad starts. Chat's gonna get the notifications as well. And mods are gonna get the notification too. So if an ad starts playing, I'll get the notification, I'll pause, start talking a bit. So yeah, I wanna like at least let chat know, hey, you're about to get an ad. And give me a sit through a bit. I'm just gonna talk, pause the game, and then once you come back, so you're back, and I'll be there. I'll be back there. Let's fucking go! I did. I was like, wow, wow, wow. Anywho, yay! All right, now we're gonna continue. Now we're gonna continue stream. And share 155%. Oh, fucking shit. Okay. I didn't expect this. I shit you not, chat. I did not fucking expect this. Holy shit. Anywho. But yeah. Oh yeah, Conry, if you're still in chat. Feel free to join the Discord. We do have a verification bot, so just be mindful of that. And yeah. Ooh, alright. Let's get back into this.
Your child probably is non-binary or trans, or clearly does not resonate with she, her pronouns. So I'm going to continue in this video with saying this person's child and they, them, just because I don't know this person. So you knowing that.
Where the fuck did I put my... Oh, there it is. I fucking lost my art pen for a second, my tablet pen for a second. Alright, there we go.
As this person's parent, you are actively choosing to not respect this person. I know a lot of people have a lot of really shitty opinions about pronouns and stuff like that, but you actively going out of your way to like misgender and not use someone's correct pronouns, it just goes to show how much you don't give a fuck about your child and their opinions and their feelings. You should respect your children and show your children love and kindness and actively going out of your way and willfully knowing that you are misgendering your child on purpose, you're an asshole. You're an asshole, and I can clearly see why the fuck your kid doesn't want to talk to you. And you are actively going out of your way to disrespect them, and you're sitting there fucking smirking about it. No fucking wonder why your kid does not talk to you anymore.
But I just want to say that the last text she sent me was that she just needs space. And again, I discussed that. I'm like, I don't know, space from what? I'm not sure.
Hear the own words coming out of your mouth. Oh my god. Gain a new perspective on life. That's just all I have to say. What are you talking about? Okay, and so this next lady I'm about to show you is someone called Doormat Mom on TikTok, who is very notorious for showcasing this narcissistic behavior for being an estranged parent. So let's go ahead and take a look at one of Doormat Mom's videos, which in itself gives me everything I need to know about this lady. You intentionally...
Why is fucking streamer mode not enabled? Thank you. There we go, now streamer mode is enabled. There we go.
Put your username as Doormat Mom. That immediately tells me that you probably don't take accountability for your actions. But anyway, let's go ahead.
The biggest cop-out in the world that I hear from the estranged adult-child community on this platform.
Here's a good girl.
Don't owe their parents anything. Yes, I'm gonna say it. Yes, you do. You absolutely do.
Okay, first of all, the snarkiness and the sense of entitlement oozing off of this woman is disturbing. Let's go ahead and see what exactly their children owe her.
You owe your parents for bringing you into this world and keeping you alive.
That is the bare minimum. That is the bare minimum. That is the bare minimum. Keeping a baby alive, a child alive, is the bare minimum requirement to being a parent. Also, children don't ask to be born. I didn't ask to be born. I didn't ask to be here. Me being here right now in this moment is not a decision that I made. That was a decision that my parents made.
Exactly.
Also, a lot of the time, it isn't even a decision parents make. Sometimes people have to have children out of necessity, or because they can't do anything about it, or like cultural and religious differences. Some people just have to.
Why do hands have to be so difficult to draw?
How that children comes to be is
I need someone to teach me.
Like the fault of the child itself. Just because you have to baby a lot, just because you did the bare minimum, child doesn't owe you anything out of that. A baby cannot fend for itself. A baby cannot feed itself. A baby cannot take care of itself. It needs an external source to help keep it alive. And that is your job as the parent. That is your responsibility, and that is exactly what you signed up for the minute you decided to have a child. And the entitlement is disgusting.
You owe them for the love they gave you, the caring they showed you, and the protection that they...
This boils my fucking blood, because this is exactly how my parents fucking acted. It's fucking disgusting. This is fucking disgusting. This is how my parents acted, and I can't deal with that bullshit. I just can't. Call it what it is. They're pretty much, that's their own fuck up. That is their own fuck up. Also, allow me to just move chat over a bit. Realize. There we go. There you go. Still. That fucking boils my blood.
They afforded you.
That's just your job. And also, might I just say, your child didn't ask to be stuck with you. Maybe if you were a different person, maybe if you were a better person, this wouldn't even have to be a conversation. This wouldn't even have to be a video that you are making. If you would just treat your child a little better and put your ego aside. The ego is insane on these people.
As they sent you on your way to live your life. And yes, you owe them, as the good parents that they were.
Good parents? If we're talking about estranged children, then good parents is an overstatement.
Seat at your wedding and an opportunity to have a relationship with your grandchildren.
Yeah, no. I deserve a seat at your wedding. No, you don't.
No, you. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I don't fucking understand. That they doesn't get in their fucking parents' brain. You're not entitled to your child anything at fucking all. And here's the thing. Here's the fucking thing. Your child, if they ever become their own parent, become a parent at all, that is their responsibility to protect their children. If you're an asshole, you're actively harming people, is your child's responsibility to protect her child from you. Call me out. If you want to say shit to me, go right fucking ahead. I'm calling it as what it is. You're gonna be an asshole parent. You don't deserve to. You're not entitled. You don't deserve anything from your child. And your child is not obligated to do shit for you. Because I have been your parents. They were so fucking entitled. So fucking entitled. Sure, I get the rent thing. I understand the rent thing, but making your child fucking pay for groceries that they don't even use, they don't even use. Also, let's see here. You're just entitled bitch. These kind of parents are just entitled bitches. That's all it is.
Especially if you are narcissistic or mentally ill, or just a difficult as fuck person to be around. If you are not invited to your child's wedding, there is probably a very good reason for that. And it's probably because you cannot control yourself as a person. A lot of parents are not invited to their children's weddings as they can make it all about them, stir up drama that doesn't matter. A wedding is supposed to be a happy, celebratory day, and when you bring toxic, narcissistic people to an event that is not about them, they will go and do anything in their power to make it about them. So your child just knew who you are as a person and knew that you would ruin it in some sort of way. And if you are a destructive person, you are not deserved a seat at the wedding. As someone with a narcissistic parent myself, a lot of narcissists, no matter what it is, always on a special occasion, will go out of their way to make it about them because all of the attention has to be on them. And this is not just good attention. A lot of the times it manifests as negative attention because any attention is good attention for the narcissist. So personally, me as a child, doing holidays, especially with like other people and like extended family members and stuff like that, there would always be something. There would always be something to complain about, something to bitch about, something wrong with the event. There was no like happy, calm, nice family gathering. That was non-existent for me growing up because my narcissistic, immature parent had to make it all about her, and oftentimes that came in the form of complaining or quite literally just ruining everything because it has to be about them. So no, you are not owed a seat at the wedding. And also, may I add, you are not owed being into your grandchild's life. If you treated your child like shit, why would your child let you treat their grandchild that way? I have a sister who is 10 years older than me, so she has a child, and she is also estranged from our mother. We were both estranged from her when we turned 18. So firstly, if both of your adult children don't talk to you anymore, that is definitely a you problem, and that is not a problem with your kids. Since my sister has a child, my mother is not in that child's life because our mother was neglectful, especially to my older sister, abusive, not only verbally but physically, and is just a destructive, tumultuous person. You know what? And I don't blame my sister for not having our mother in her child's life. Because if I were her and I had a child, my mother would definitely not be in my child's life. No, you do not get to see my child, because I know that you would probably, if not abuse the grandchild the way you abused me, you would probably try to jeopardize the relationship with that child. So the narcissistic grandparent would try to jeopardize the relationship between the mother and the child, because narcissists want you to be on their side. Narcissists want you to think that they're the best person in the whole world. So I can very well see that being something that would happen. The narcissistic grandparent talking shit about the parent to the grandchild, which is
do we do this entirely?
Conversation for a child to have with an adult, but it happens. It happens. So you are not deserved any of these things, and it's probably a reflection of your behavior. It is not a reflection of your children, it is a reflection of you. So when are you, the narcissistic parent, going to put your ego aside and do something about it and heal yourself and purposefully heal the relationship with your child? It's not as simple as that, because narcissists don't think they are the problem. They don't think they have an ego problem. They don't think that they're in the wrong, because it's a mental illness. And a lot of narcissists don't get help. A lot of children have ultimatums with their narcissist parents saying, that's something I went through too. If you don't go and help yourself, you cannot have a relationship with me, because I will not continue to allow you to treat me this way and to be a burden.
Which is absolutely fair.
Try to sabotage and manipulate my life. So sorry that got a little heated and passionate, but I know exactly what is going on behind the scenes right now.
If they were good parents to you, yes.
And also, can I just say really quick, good parents is a very subjective.
And I'm so tired of that psychobabble that provides you a cop-out of mass proportions.
Yeah, so I know that you don't see yourself as the problem, and that is the problem within itself. Oh my god, what is this? This is Daily Mail UK. My ungrateful daughter cut me off after I refused to fund her second wedding. I can guarantee you that's probably not what happened, because narcissistic parents will try to put the blame on you and make you look like the bad guy and often fabricate things. Now I'm hitting back for doormat moms everywhere to help other parents against their entitled children. Babe, I can tell you right now who is and who isn't the entitled one in this situation. Girl, this does not make you look good. Also, I feel like this is fake. This cannot be real.
Like, this can't be real.
No More app available now. Who is this woman? So not only is she not going to take any accountability for the way that she has treated her children, but she is then going to profit off of it and monetize it as much as she can. Yeah, girl, you definitely look like you're in the right. Yeah, girl, you definitely look sane, and everyone definitely believes you. What a weirdo. Honestly, what a weirdo.
Kids are an absolute joke. Now I'm the narcissist and I'm the bad parent, because my daughter turned 18 like 6 months ago, and basically she moved out. She got an apartment and took her stuff and she left, and she blames me for that. Even though, I mean, I never technically kicked her out. She could stay at my house till forever, honestly.
First of all, I'm gonna say something a little mean. This woman definitely has a powered by bitch dust sticker on the back of her car. Every single time one of these people says, I didn't do anything wrong, she left because she wanted to for no reason at all. Super convincing. Super convincing. Also,
Super convincing. Definitely
18,
convincing.
No one wants to move out at 18. I am someone who had to become independent, honestly, at 17. And I have been living on my own since 18 years old. And it's difficult. It's not easy, especially without your parents. Going into...
I'm good on her for leaving at 18. I just basically didn't have the means at 18, didn't even have a car. Let alone 19, 20, 21. I didn't have anyone, any support to help me move out. And finally at 23, someone offered a place to stay. Told my situation, offered a place to stay, and then they offered, I accepted the place. And that's very much the start of my journey being independent. Oh yeah. Definitely, like, I didn't fucking expect it. Honestly. If I could, I'd just rename the stream. Let's rename the stream to... Here. Ads manager. Okay. Oh, real quick. Alright, my teeth. There we go. There we go. Alright. Already. Here.
To the world as an adult without your parents is super difficult. And the only people I can imagine that would just love to move out the second they're 18 are people who are being abused by their parental figures. People who are in loving family and home environments probably don't want to leave. Not that I would know. Not that I would know anything about that, but I would assume that if you love your family and you genuinely love being at home and love
I
being
realized I
around your
did not do this
parents and your
correctly.
siblings, and you have a good home life, I can make a safe assumption and say that you're probably not fucking busting to leave, okay? but people who were abused and people who have tumultuous relationships with their family, like counting those days down until you are 18, until you are actual a legal adult who can make decisions for yourself. Time couldn't go by any fucking slower, honestly. Lady, I know it's not for no reason, especially if she didn't, quote, has no money. You are being so abused to a very, like, difficult point. You will have to make very hard decisions, and you will have to sacrifice comfort. Me personally, as a teenager, I have struggled with running away from home, because running away from home and couch surfing and quite literally running from authorities so that they don't bring me back to my mother was more manageable than being at home with my mom. Like, it does get that bad. It does. So even if your child has no money to move out, it doesn't matter. Comfort does not matter when you are trying to get out of an abusive situation. You will sleep on couches. You will not know where you're gonna stay the next day. You will not, like, eat or shower and basically be homeless, because anything is better than being in a toxic, abusive relationship with your family.
A couple of my rules was, as soon as she turned 18, I told her she had to be home during the weekdays by 10 p.m. And if she wasn't home by 10 p.m., she couldn't get out of my house. On the weekends, I would give her an extra hour and she can come home at 11. I have kids, you know, my son's 10 and he needs his sleep, so she needed to be home. But she tried to find, like, this way around the rule, because she had boyfriends and friends and she wanted to stay out some of the days because she was 18, and, like, her way around the rule
let her have
was
fucking some fucking amount of freedom.
What? Okay, first of all, I can understand, like, having a curfew. Yes, having a curfew for an adult is a little wackadoodle, but like she said, she has children. If you have younger children in the house, I can totally understand setting that boundary of, like, hey, I don't want people in and out of my house past 10 p.m. I understand that, but why is she not allowed to sleep at her friend's house? Why is that an issue? If she goes out with her friends, she's an adult, and she wants to spend the night at her friend's house as an adult? What's the problem with that?
So I put a stop to that right away, and I told her that if she doesn't tell me within 24 hours that she's gonna go to somebody's house, then once again, she can get out.
Why do you have to know if she's an adult? What? Also, you saying I didn't kick her out in the beginning of the video, but I'm hearing a lot of, you can get out of my house, you can get out of my house. If you do this, you can get out of my house. Baby girl, you probably kicked her out of the fucking house. Also, her saying you can stay at my house as long as you want, obviously fucking not.
Obviously not.
Doing little tiny minutes.
And also a thing, my own mom, she's said multiple fucking times, even since I was a child, I'm gonna put you in foster home, I'm gonna drop you off at the police department, I'm gonna leave you on the street, and when you're turned 18, you need to get the fuck out of the fucking house. Honestly, didn't get out of the house until 23 because I didn't have the fucking means to. It just and sometimes I get emails, I get blocked phone numbers, no, blocked messages, voicemails. She's basically begging for forgiveness, begging to know where I am. I'm not gonna tell her where I am. I'm not gonna tell. I only had to call her once because my fucking health insurance decided to be a fucking asshole. That's the only time I was forced to break contact. If I'm forced to, I really just don't count it as breaking no contact. That's pretty much speaking in terms of that. They're pretty much speaking that I was pretty much forced to talk to my mom because of my health insurance. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Things that, like, doesn't fucking matter, is a reason for her to get the fuck out of your house.
Fair that she was 18 and at least she was letting me know where she was going to be and blah, blah, blah. Again, it's my house, it's my rules. Just a couple days ago, before she decided to move out, she parks her car on the street because she doesn't want us to go through it.
Lady, you go through her car? That's another thing. It's just these parents that have no privacy, especially for adult children.
I could vouch on that because my parents never gave me any privacy. I had a fucking door, but I wasn't allowed to use it. The only time I was allowed to use it was because of COVID. That's about it. Jesus fucking Christ.
People deserve privacy, and I do not respect parents who genuinely don't believe that their children should have privacy, especially if they're an adult. Bitch, you're rolling your fucking eyes about she parked her car on the street because she doesn't want us to go through it. Why are you going through her shit?
And so she parked it on the street and I decided to go through it because I feel like I seen like a rapper, you know, like one of them like the Swisher rappers, you know?
Even if she was smoking Swishers, then like she's an adult. I would understand if it was an issue if she was doing it inside of your house, but she's not. So you were openly admitting to going through her car because you thought.
So here's the thing. She openly admitted to breaking and entering her car. And pretty much her daughter can legally, she's an adult, she can legally pursue charges against her for that. And here's also the thing. My mom actively like used like a third-party health provider kind of thing to look for me. And I told the provider, hey, I have no contact with my mom. So stop your bullshit or else I'm pursuing charges not only against my mom, but also I'm pursuing charges against the company, that company as well. So they stopped.
No, bitch, you're just fucking nosy. You're nosy and you're narcissistic, and you're invading your adult child's privacy. So no fucking wonder, dude.
And I seen it, and so I went through her car, and it kind of smelled a little bit, you know, I can't say it on here, but it smelled like she was doing a little. And so I brought it up.
I fucking hate this kind of woman.
Get them out of my house.
Oh my god, these people. I can't believe I have to share air with these fucking people. I didn't kick her out of my house. Can we just rewind it to the beginning of the goddamn video where she says, I didn't kick her out of my house. She can stay in my house as long as I want. I would never kick her out. Proceeds to tell us a story about her kicking out her daughter out of her house.
And so she left, and I called up my...
She really doesn't have 2 fucking brain cells, let alone a single brain cell.
I called up my sister, I called up my mom, I called up everybody, and I let them know that if they let her in, I wasn't going to talk to them anymore. So she is...
That is so extremely disgusting and manipulative. Are you fucking serious?
Alright, next is the pants.
Adult child decided to leave, so you then have to go and jeopardize the situation, manipulate the situation, and tell your family members not to help her because you are selfish and you are disgusting and your ego is as big as the fucking sun. If you loved and you cared for your child and you had an argument with your child and so that said child decided to leave, like temporarily, to just go cool off, to get some fresh air, to think on the situation, you are then going to jeopardize the situation and say, don't let her in or else I'm not going to talk to you. If you let her in your house, then we're fucking done. You are a manipulative piece of fucking shit.
She's a manipulative piece of shit.
Pissed off and got a new apartment, and now they're moving out and everybody thinks I'm the bad guy.
How can you not think you're the bad guy?
Exactly.
Genuinely, oh my god, I'm flabbergasted. How can you genuinely tell this story and think you're in the right? How can you genuinely tell this story and not see a problem with any of your actions? And this is exactly why people become estranged from their parents, because their parents will do shit like this and do not believe that they're in the wrong. They do not apologize. They do not try to mend the relationship. And it just continues into a cycle of abuse and manipulation and ultimatums. That is no way to live. People deserve peace. People deserve peace and quiet and to have a happy life. And
exactly.
That's why a lot of children go no contact with their parents, because in some cases it is absolutely impossible to live a happy, healthy, peaceful life with your parent in it. It's impossible.
I think I'm the bad guy. I think she's the bad guy. I don't feel like my rules are that bad. I'm the boss, not you. Although she came to me and she told me that she found an apartment and she's moving out, and
it sounds like a lot of conflict. I can vouch for the strange children, as I am one myself. Just say that it's fucking awful. It is fucking awful. I don't fucking understand these kind of people whatsoever.
she'll figure it out, even if she has to be broke. She basically said she's gonna have to drop out of college to pay the bills, but that mentally she can't handle being in a house with me because I'm mad about everything and I can't let her live a healthy life. And I don't agree with that. And she has the whole family pinned against me.
Oh my god, what a narcissistic piece of shit, honestly. Also, it doesn't even...
And here's the thing. My mom better be counting all of her fucking blessings. Because I walked out quietly. Because that's the only way I could have left. I have a few of my cousin's emails. I'm not even getting in contact with my cousins at all. Not that they're not supportive, is that somehow, some way, my parents are gonna find where I live. So, like, I don't fucking understand the can't find people.
It doesn't sound like you're happy for her. It doesn't even sound like you're happy that she is choosing to be independent at such a young age. Yes, you become an adult at 18 years old, but not every 18-year-old has to become an adult. And it's a very difficult thing to get into. And you can't even, like, express joy for them. Hey, you're doing a really difficult thing. You are going out and you are stepping up and you are becoming an adult. You got your own apartment at 18. And there's no congratulations. There's no I hope you do well, daughter. There's no I hope you succeed. You just want to sit here and bully your fucking child. There's this one comment here that said, mothers are some of women's first bullies. And that is absolutely true. This is disgusting. This lady is fucking disgusting, honestly.
Here's the thing. Same for fathers and boys' first bullies. But also, sometimes, mothers could be a boy's first bully. And that's exactly what my mother was. Not even... I'm just gonna keep drawing.
And I don't blame her daughter for moving out at 18. I screamed at her to get out and called every safe place she should have gone to and threatened them not to let her in, so she would have to be in an unsafe situation and sleep in her car. But she's the bad guy and I did nothing wrong. I don't understand how this lady confidently posted this.
Guys, I'm gonna go no contact with my mom because I don't like the way that she parented me. I feel like I have all of this generational trauma inside of me and I want to break that generational trauma and I just can't do that if she's in my life.
Parents who mock their children like this just disgusts me as well. Also, how are you hearing these words coming out of your mouth and genuinely think that that is a bad thing? How can you sit there and hear someone, I want to break generational curses, I want to heal from generational trauma and family trauma? How can you sit there and mock someone for that and also make fun of them and feel as if what they are saying is wrong or ridiculous. My mother would commonly mock me and mock my feelings. Do you think that opened a new perspective for me? Do you think that by her doing that, I changed my mind and the way that I thought and felt? No, her mocking me would just further these horrible feelings I had about my mother hates me, she doesn't care about me. Mocking your child is not helpful at all.
Even though I don't want her in my life though, I feel like it's really important that she takes accountability and she tells me.
Fucking mean! Oh my fucking god. Fuck you mean? You want your children to take accountability. Oh, somebody is still 18, your brain's... Yeah, that is true. And honestly speaking, honest to God speaking, this may sound controversial, but globally, why don't we just raise the age of consent to fucking 20 and 21? If we're not allowed to drink at 21, why the fuck are we allowed to have sex? Why are we allowed to do the horizontal tango at 18? Why the fuck keep it matched? Either have both drinking age and the tango at 18, or have it at 21. Can't have both at separate. Fucking America.
Many times that she's sorry for everything.
If you treated your children poorly, wouldn't you want to apologize for that? I don't understand. I don't understand the amount of people who don't like accountability. If you can't take accountability...
Here's the, here's the thing that, that my mom, emailed me. I didn't reply anything back or whatever. The mom emailed me. So, I shit you fucking not. She put a memorial in her home. A memorial in my name, in her home. While I'm still alive. The audacity of this little shit who abused me my entire fucking life. The audacity of her to make a fucking memorial in my name while I'm still alive. I don't understand this little shit. I really don't.
How are you gonna grow as a person and change as a person? And the amount of people who genuinely cannot apologize for the horrible things they've done to people is upsetting and concerning. The world does not revolve around you. Recognizing when you are wrong and changing the negative things about you, I feel like that is more applaudable than sitting there and mocking someone. What is wrong with these people?
I'm not gonna be specific and tell her what I didn't like because, you know, that would just make things clear and I'm obviously a fucking whack job.
Oh my god. Oh my
she even fucking knows that she...
lose a million brain cells.
Holy shit, she even fucking knows that she's being careful with her own words so she doesn't look like a bad guy. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, these entitled little shits. These entitled little shits.
Per second.
I swear to God.
I feel stupider after watching this. You are claiming that you don't know what you did wrong and that your child isn't gonna tell you what you did wrong, and then you would proceed to then call said child a whack job. Lady, maybe calling your child a whack job has something to do with it.
It's nice to see her grovel a little. I feel some type of pleasure, this weird
Morning, cutie. Morning, Flora. How are you doing? Morning, Blitzies. Welcome. Morning. We're not gaming today. We're doing some art and literally in the middle of my stream, Twitch gave me a notification. Hey, now you're a Twitch affiliate. Congrats. I'm like, thank you for telling me in the middle of my stream. But yeah, soon after I end the stream, I'm gonna make an announcement, and have like an affiliate stream like on Thursday
Here's a good girl.
I meow. Really, when Flora's present? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, thank you. I really didn't expect to have it today. Really, in the towards the end of a snowstorm. Yeah. But yeah. See here, how much can I do? All right. But yeah, I noticed because one of my blitzies notified me, hey, you have ads running here. Did you reach a billion? Like, wait, what? Let me look. Holy shit, I reached a billion. It wouldn't be a true stream if there wasn't any scuff. Anyway, how's your day been? What are you doing today?
Perverted pleasure from it. And so I'd like to see her grovel a bit. That would be nice. It would remind me of like when I did a lot of things wrong when I was...
Grow up a bit. Lady, you're a mother. You My mom was pretty much an immature child. Yeah, we'll go for your show for a few minutes ago. I see you woke up. You woke up, look at your notification. Oh, Rainy streaming. But okay, so how did you sleep? You sleep well? Get enough sleep? Alright. Here we go.
Was younger and I had to cry and feel sad in my room because she was reprimanding me, and then like, you know, I want to see her do that now. She's not gonna know why she's doing it, and that's not even important. The important thing is that she takes accountability. It's still not gonna be good enough though.
This lady is like disgusting me.
That's okay. Rainy says hi to you. Aww. Tell Rainy I said hi. Tell Rainy I said hi. Ba. Let me get a sneeze. Ow. Pardon. Ba.
Sorry, I can just clearly tell why the fuck your child does not talk to you anymore. And unfortunately, the entire comment section is people also dogging on their kids and agreeing with this lady. And just the amount of people who genuinely act like this is disgusting. This is so childish.
Fair.
Film yourself mocking your child publicly online and not thinking that there's anything wrong with you and putting all of the blame onto your child.
Hold on.
He obviously doesn't want to talk.
Flora, I hope you have a good day. Erica, that's just in the USA. My sweet summer child. This is also an issue in Europe as well. I have friends in the UK and Scotland and fucking Netherlands, and fucking pretty much. The Netherlands is part of like the cadence, but pretty much I have friends in Europe, other friends in Europe, who are no contact with their from their family. So yeah, it is more of a global thing.
Talk to you for a reason is so childish and immature. Again, you are the parent in this situation. You are the adult in this situation. Fucking act like it. Act like it. Sitting here and making a skit on TikTok mocking your children makes you look stupid. And it makes me feel stupid watching it. They don't like being parented. They think they're above authority figures. They believed they were entitled to a perfect fairy tale childhood with no rules or punishment or consequences. That's not true. A lot of people know that like every child has to be disciplined.
Right.
Your children who are estranged from you were not expecting an amazing fairy tale life. But hey, your children were also probably not expecting to be fucking abused by you their entire childhood.
Exactly.
No one can have a perfect childhood, but no child should have to endure abuse from childish, immature parents who, again, won't take accountability and think that taking accountability is a horrible, nasty thing that they don't have to do because they're awesome and this and that. The double standards are just insane. People who have had good families.
Milton, you can have VR 16. Harlika 18. 16 Europe. It's also taking account of the way that children are pretty much expected to grow up faster as well in Europe. But still, I wouldn't be surprised if a certain prime minister in Europe, more of a, whatever you call whatever Europe's version of founding fathers is, whoever decided that the age extended to 16 over there, I am judging that political figure, with a fucking 15 Milky Way year stare. 15-year galactic year stare.
Families and parents have probably been disciplined, but probably not disciplined so severely to the point where it will affect their relationship with their parents. I know no one can be a perfect parent, but maybe you should like sit there and deconstruct how you parented your child and how that could have affected them negatively, because everyone's view of discipline and good parenting is very subjective. If you beat the fuck out of your kid and you think that it's necessary and that you're being a good parent because you're disciplining them, not everyone thinks that that is good parenting, like at all. And these parents are being so vague about what they're doing, and it's for a fucking reason. It's really sad to see all of these comments of these people who don't take accountability and think that they're perfect. There's a lot of really nasty people in these fucking comments, and they're all boomers and Gen X. And may I just say, I'm not trying to be ageist again, but like a lot of boomer parents were horrible to their kids, and a lot of their kids were Gen X. And yes, generational trauma is a very real thing. Those boomer parents who treated their kids horribly and did abuse their children, I feel like back then they didn't have the resources or the knowledge or the community to talk about stuff like this. They just didn't call it trauma. A lot of Gen X was fucking abused by their boomer parents. My mother was abused by her boomer parents, but they would never treat it as such. My mother and my aunt would talk about how their parents used to beat the shit out of them. Hey, that's physical fucking abuse. I don't think you should spank your children, which there are like legal guidelines on how to correctly spank your children. I don't agree with spanking, but like I don't agree with spanking either. A lot of people who were probably spanked probably just don't willy-nilly accuse their parents of physically abusing them. I was physically abused and it was not in the form of spanking. It wasn't spanking, and it carried on into being a teenager.
It carried on into being an adult. And it was not just spanking. Okay, the spanking ended like around like 16, 17. But it was legit full on, by definition of the fucking law itself, domestic fucking abuse. You could have multiple charges. Each account they did. Remember, I have fucking Google Doc, my own personal Google Doc, which is also my journal. That each time my parents either lay their hands on me, physically beat the shit out of me, or going whole 9 arms batshit insane. But yeah. But yeah.
A lot of Gen X people have gone through the same exact things where they have endured physical abuse beyond spanking, but they don't see it as, they don't want to say it's abuse. They don't want to admit it's abuse or something like that. And a lot of these Gen X parents just...
It's because of the bullshit, respect your elders kind of thing. It's fucking bullshit.
Instead of fixing that cycle, and instead of saying, hey, I hate the way my parents treated me, I'm gonna treat my child differently, they just instead continue on with the cycle. And it is a generational thing. I don't know why Gen Z is being so criticized by these people for not wanting to do that and for wanting to break out of that. Hey mom, your mom fucking abused and beat the shit out of you. So in return, you abused and beat the shit out of me. Why am I then the piece of shit for wanting to do something about it? Why are Gen Z being demonized by these Gen X parents for wanting change and for wanting to do something about it, wanting to repair the relationship? And part of me feels like it's a little bit of jealousy, because Gen X, it is not within their generation and within their mindsets to cut off their parents. A lot of Gen X people don't cut off their abusive boomer parents. I'm not saying every boomer and every Gen X parent is abusive, but it's common. A lot of boomers treated their kids like shit. They literally had to have PSAs on television to make sure that they were not verbally abusing their children, that they were being nice to their children, giving their children affection. Once the clock struck 10 o'clock, there would be PSAs on TV asking boomer parents if they knew where their kids were. A lot of boomer parents just didn't fucking take care of their kids. That is abusive. That is neglectful. And
neglect is also a form of abuse.
A lot of Gen X people had to endure. But a lot of Gen X people didn't do anything about it. They just dealt with it. They didn't want to reconcile with their parents or heal that part. And so a lot of them just passed it on to the Gen Z children and treated their Gen Z children the way their boomer parents treated them. But that doesn't make it okay.
Just
all of these people,
not okay whatsoever.
They think discipline is horrible and they just want to live a fairy tale life. That is not it. And it's probably because abuse is so normalized to them. Or maybe they feel jealous that their Gen Z children are doing something about it when they themselves could never do anything about their relationship with their boomer parents. This is all just theories. I don't know the answer to every single thing, but I don't know why it's seen as a bad thing to these people that your Gen Z children want to break these toxic cycles. That's what it is. It's a cycle. It's a toxic cycle. I don't know why that's being mocked. I don't know why that's being seen as a bad thing. I really don't.
And also the fact that I just don't like it. It's not just. Here's the thing. They had every fucking chance to apologize. Every fucking chance in my entire life. In the fucking 23 years that I lived with them. To apologize, reconcile, and actually improve themselves. They did not do that whatsoever. And they fucking acknowledged that their marriage was fucking falling apart. I can't deal with that bullshit. I just can't. Fuck me and that. Let's save that, because we're going to be taking a break from art real quick. And then I'll be moving on to... we take a break, I get some lunch, and then we're going to be moving on to fucking... what was it again? We're going to be pretty much moving on to our challenge and continue that, because we haven't done it for a long fucking time. Alright. So allow me to
People?
switch this over to allow me to start up my 3D model here. And just for an hour 30 minutes, but yeah.
Here's a good cow.
I'm meow. Meow. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. So cute when you say meow. Fuck. Also, I have to do that. Meow. Meow. Can you? Alright, alright. Alright. Again, chat, let me know if an ad I'm gonna be letting known if the ad starts playing it, yeah. You flustered me. Flustered? No. I can't possibly be flustered. I can't be possibly flustered at all. Oh no. How could I ever be flustered?
Ta-da!
I can make a clip out of that. Anyway. But yeah, allow me to get the title, alright, I get it. Okay, getting the fucking both of these changed. Alright, there we go, there we go. Alright. I completely forgot to fucking honestly also I did streaming upstairs for the longest time and I can't remember to fucking turn it on. Okay. There we go. Now everyone can use exclamation point join. But yeah. Let me see here, where is it? There we go. YouTube reactions, there we go. Alright. Alright, there we go.
Estranged mom? Are you an estranged dad? That...
I say, you're so adorable. I just want to squish you against me and not let you go. Aw, thank you. Here we go. Meow.
has a child or children that have totally written them out of their lives like they didn't mean anything. You know, most of us parents that are dealing with
That's it, they don't fucking know. as a strange child, I thought my mom that fucking meant something. Fucking meant something to me. And I thought, like, at the very least, hold on, my chest, let me move that over. Up on them. Here. There we go. It's not completely in the way. Alright. But still. They don't fucking know how many of them got lucky. Sure, some of them thankfully got called out and are pretty much the black sheep of the family. Me in particular, I just walked out. I did not tell anyone why I walked out. I just walked out because they could piece it together on their own. Here's the thing. Here's the fucking thing that pisses me off. My extended family saw like 1, 2, or 3 times both my parents being physically abusive towards either me or my brother. And they didn't do shit. They basically, they consoled us, yes. But pretty much they didn't fucking bother to call out my parents. Never. They didn't actually bother to stand up for us. Here's the thing. It's only like my eldest stepsister, my 2 elder stepsisters, my elder stepbrother. All 3 of them call out my stepdad about his behavior. So yeah. Yep. Honestly, I wish I could stay in contact with them, but knowing my parents' habit of snooping on each other's phones, stuff like that. Parents have snooping on their children's phone. My stepdad snoops on their children's phones. They fucking don't like that. They call them out and actively hide their phones. My mom tried to snoop on my phone. Obviously, I didn't have shit on there because I didn't really bother using my phone for anything at the time. So yeah. Still, like, what the fuck? As much as I want to contact those who defended us in the past, defended me and my brother in the past, defended pretty much me, my brother. I defended my fucking sister from my mom. And this is my little sister. I defended my little sister from my mom. Like when my mom, so let me switch scenes. So basically, when my mom decided to say, "Hey, why do you like your sister more than me?" And I snapped at her direction. I told her, "Shut your damn fucking mouth." I looked at her with the most motherly, most pissed off mother look. The most pissed off mother you could ever see. I fucking made that face towards her, and she fucking knew that she fucked up. Here's it. I think it was like, yeah, it was like when my biological dad and my mom met up for like some sort of like legal thing, stuff like that. I think it was about time. It was around the age around the time I was turning 18. I think it was most likely about most likely about what, not 18. It was probably like 15, 14, like that. Because I know my dad retired and moved to Philippines when I was 16. So, still, when my mom made a comment about my a condescending comment about my little sister. Hey, Chief. Twitch ads. Hang on. Oh yeah, Twitch ads. All right. We're gonna stop. All right, I gotta let you know. We're gonna stop and then wait for Chief. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and let Chief. Because I think it's like 2-minute ads, right? 2 minutes of ads. Or is it like 3? Yeah. I know that ads are long. I know that ads are long. Like, yeah, I know the ads are long, so we're gonna let Chief. We're gonna let Chief go through the ads, and then I continue the story. So we're just gonna wait for Chief. Also, let me switch the stream title real quick. I'll be good in 30 seconds. Alright. Alright. There you go. But yeah. Okay, you're good. You're good. Alright. That's it. Alright. Welcome, Chief. Welcome. How are you doing today? We were just talking about. I was just talking about how my mom made a condescending comment about my little sister, and I snapped at her, giving her the most pissed off mother face that I gave her, which basically replicating her pissed off mother face. And my dad had the most pissed off father face. We both looked at her and said, "What the fuck? Why the fuck would you ever say that?" She immediately apologized and said, Don't apologize. You fucked up. You're gonna zip it. Don't fucking talk to me." Just finished working on a transportation refrigerator unit for guys. Oh, that's nice. Also, I just switched and changed the stream title a little bit, because in the middle of my stream, one of the chatters told me, "Hey, you're running ads. Did you get transferred?" Like, oh wait, what? So I looked at oh shit, I got Twitch affiliate. So like, no, let me change the stream title a little bit, because, well, Twitch affiliate now. I didn't fucking expect this. Yeah, I am fucking dedicated to this shit. I am now even more dedicated. I'm even more dedicated now. Honestly, I should make it like I should do this more, like making an announcement on my social media, both Twitter and Blue Sky. Say, hey, I'm about to stream, blah blah blah. What does Twitch affiliate do? So basically, Twitch affiliate enables ads, which basically I get like around a 55% share of ad revenue. So pretty much, I'm making money. The more people I get to get all my streams, the more ads to play, the more money I make from it. And I have it in a way where it is like long ads, but every 30 minutes to an hour will be a long ad. So basically, yeah, that. So basically, yeah, it basically ads go burr. I'm not getting ads go burr because I'd rather like space it out as much as I can. But every hour, I'm legally obligated to run an ad. So as I have like auto ads here. Oh, there you go. But yeah, that's fine. I don't get issue with that. That's true. That's true. Hey, at the very least, having less ad interruptions, pretty much better. It's better. Because I'd rather not have like chat be interrupted by ads every like few minutes or so. Or every 10 minutes or so. Don't want to interrupt ads that often. But yeah, that's pretty much that. Anywho, we shall go to YouTube reactions. Because we're taking a little bit of a lunch break before I move on to... Or I end up moving on to, once again, art challenge. There we go. My brain had to wait for a second there.
Estrangement, a big majority of us were good moms, good dads.
Bitch! Every time I hear a parent say, oh, I'm a good parent, like, bitch, I bet you 100% you are not a good parent, you're an abusive parent. Pretty much saying I'm a good parent is the equivalent of a guy saying I'm a nice guy. That's the type of vibe I get. So yeah.
We did everything in our power to give our children a better life, a better childhood than we had. You know, some of us have been estranged for months. Some of us have been estranged for years. Some of us have been dealing with this off and on for many, many years. Sometimes you got to ask yourself, when is enough enough? You know, we're always being told that we need to be accountable, look and see what we did wrong. Well, guess what? Most of us have done that.
I bet you have not actually done that. Thank you very much.
I know this week I've been in my feels and I've went back and tried.
Oh, yeah, chat. I'll be doing like a Twitch affiliate stream. Like an official one. Like, I know Thursday I'm gonna be a bit busy with stuff. So on Sunday, so basically, this upcoming Sunday it will be the affiliate stream. And on Thursday, I'm gonna try to do like a short gaming stream. Yeah.
Tried to look at the things I could have done differently as a mom to change things. You know, sometimes we have to remind ourselves that some of us were in marriages that were failing and the love was gone, and
Then why the fuck were you in a marriage? Fucking, I hate people who stay in a marriage for the kids. Like, bitch, you're traumatizing kids even more if you stay in and the marriage is pretty much falling apart or pretty much dead at that point. I don't fucking understand those people.
We ourselves, we're just trying to survive in our marriage.
I completely understand that, but you taking out your marital differences and challenges out on your children is not okay at the same time.
Yeah, and also the fact that this situation here also is a major contributor to the boy mom epidemic, which basically moms are treating their sons as like replacement husbands or replacement partners. It's fucking disgusting. And here's the thing, my own mom borderline did that with me. It's fucking it is hella weird. It is hella weird, and pretty much I'm just gonna call it what it is. Pretty much it is predatory behavior. Moms being predator basically predators on their own children. And call it what it is. Harsh to say, but it is what it is. It's basically that.
I understand, like, a lot of these people are probably dealing with trauma themselves, unresolved trauma, and that's why they are the way they are. Being a narcissist is something that develops due to, like, abuse and trauma and the way they were treated when they were younger. That doesn't make it okay. But, like, even if you as an adult and you had children and you were letting the stresses of your life seep into your relationship with your children, that's still wrong.
Yeah.
And you still need to fix that. And you still need to repair your relationship with your child. Like, just because you were hurting and you were struggling too,
I need something to drink.
you still took it out on your child at the end of the day, and that doesn't make it okay.
I know that's the one thing that I beat myself up on, is staying in a marriage way too long than I should have. I was teaching my kids that it's okay to lift a rug and shove things under a rug. I was teaching my kids that you don't have to sit down and communicate. And I wonder why my daughter doesn't know how to communicate. You know, I was brought up...
At least she's self-aware.
At least she's self-aware.
Where we talked about things. Sometimes it wasn't pretty, but we talked about it. We didn't shove anything under a rug. Whereas my ex-husband grew up in a family where they didn't communicate. And I can't take all of the blame, and I can't put all the blame on him, because it does take two people to communicate. But there was no communication there, and that's one thing that I regret, is not leaving that marriage sooner. So I know that I've been dealing with estrangement off and on for 8 years, and I'm this far along in my journey, and I know if I'm beating myself up for things, then I know you guys are too. And I just want to say this: if you know you were a good mom and you know you gave your all, then stop beating yourself.
I can kind of see where this woman is coming from, but again,
I can kind of see.
A good mom or a good parent is completely subjective. I understand if you went through your own struggles while raising your children, but you yourself said, I didn't teach my children how to communicate. I taught my children to brush things under the rug and to not talk about things. And you're wrong for that. And I'm sure you recognize you're wrong for that, but now it's time to repair the relationship. Sit down with your child and talk about things. I'm not saying she has never done that, but I don't really understand the point of this video. You're still in the wrong, and you still need to work on your relationship with your child. You can think that you're a good parent all that you want, but if your adult children don't talk to you, you probably were not as good as a parent as you thought you were. And that takes a lot of like introspection and a lot of healing to realize. And unfortunately, a lot of people will never get to that point, which is really upsetting. But I think I'm going to end this video here. That was so just mind-numbingly ridiculous at times, and I can't believe there are so many people out in the world who cannot take accountability and work on their relationship with their children out of pride and out of ego. And that is what destroys these relationships, is wrath, pride, and ego. I feel like a lot of these people were not giving the full story, but then again, we don't need the full story, because just the way these people talk is so telling. So anyways, I know today was a little bit of a heavier video, but if you yourself are a estranged child, I hope that you could find some sense of relatability to this. But even if you are not an estranged child, I would still love to hear your thoughts down
There's more emails that's going on. Also, sorry for the little bit of like background noise as well. I was adjusting my mic stand. Oh yeah. It is a fucking yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Also, allow me to get something to eat real quick. Also, chat, if an ad plays, let me know as soon as possible so I can pause the video and just wait. Alright. Allow me to go grab something to eat real quick. Oh, fuck. My hand hurts because I just fucking, tightened that, mic stand so fucking tight. My hands are in a world of pain. Ooh, fuck. Anywho, I'm gonna play this video, grab something to eat, bring that food here, and we can talk and eat. Alright, be right back.
iPad kids. Now, they've been a thing on the internet for a very long time. There's been some insanely notorious videos of iPad kids over the past like 10 years. I know there's that one of that, like, I don't know what kind of accent she's got. I don't know where she's from, but it's that kid with the accent. She's like fully crashing out. She says, "Give me my fucking iPad." Just like fully screaming at her parents. I know there's that video. And then there's that one video which could be fake, but you know, there's the video of the woman going through her apartment that had just been ravaged. Like, it looks like a bear tore her apartment to pieces. And the caption says that her like 13-year-old son did it because she took away his iPad. Like I said, there's some very notorious videos. Okay, there's some insane shit that these children have done, and in a lot of ways it makes sense. You know, like an iPad is not a parent. So when you just like give the kid an iPad and forget about him, expecting the iPad to raise them, it tends to not do a very good job. You know, it tends to kind of fail. So it makes sense that there's some pretty insane videos. But what I've noticed recently, or really just within the past like 2 or 3 years, is that with how normalized things like cell phones and iPads and, I mean, really just technology in general is, I've noticed that now it's like totally fine to give a kid an iPad and just let it raise him, right? Like, I feel like just a few years ago, if you did that, it was seen as like you were a terrible parent. And I mean, it still is, right? Like, you still definitely are a terrible parent, but I just feel like it's way more normalized. Like, I genuinely feel like every parent is doing that right now, or like 90% of them. It's honestly just kind of the thing to do now. Like, if you're not giving your kid an iPad, what are you doing? You know, like, like your kid's not on YouTube shorts for like 8 hours a day. Are you even parenting him? I've noticed that's kind of the mindset that parents have recently, and it's led to these iPad kid videos going from like once in a blue moon you'll see a video of a iPad kid just crashing out to now it's kind of everywhere. Like, I see this shit all the time. It's a very normal occurrence, and it's getting to the point where, like, some of these videos genuinely scare me. You know, I'm not one to, like, talk down on, like, younger people or the next generation, right? I typically think that's pretty stupid.
I'm back.
Honestly, I kind of hate it whenever, you know, older generations...
I'm back. Alright.
do talk down on younger generations as if, you know, like they were any different. You know what I mean? Like, of course you guys were raised with different things in a different time period, but it's like, dude, they're gonna turn out just...
I'm meow meow. Fuck. Imagine I'm the VTuber who's known for being a bottom.
as well as you did. So, you know, I don't typically indulge in the making fun
Yippee!
of the younger generations, but I do gotta say that this shit, it kind of scares me, because like you know, some of these videos, I'm like, I look at them and the first thing that I think is, how the fuck will they ever get over this? Like, how is this not gonna affect them and the way they think for the rest of their lives? Like, this first video is honestly the video that gave me the idea to make this, because I saw this the other day and it's really not like that big of a deal, but there was something about it that just...
Red, as much as that's flattering, I do not want that to be the case. I already know I set myself to be known for that, especially with the sound words. Jesus God, but I don't want like Red. I understand that. I appreciate it. But I do not want every stream just to be a fucking hornball fest. All right. As much as it's funny time from time to time. I don't want it to be like that and be the case every day. All right. Yes, you can do that like once in a while. I don't fucking know, like once a week. But yeah.
It's really, you know, it made me think, like, what the fuck are kids growing up with now? It's genuinely, it's kind of scary.
I feel bad. I just feel bad. Like, come on, parents. I don't understand.
So, okay, again, this is not that big of a deal. It's really not. But it's like, whenever I was a kid, I had a tablet when I was growing up. I definitely was not this young whenever I was given a tablet. Like, I was definitely older, but I was still a kid, you know? And I remember, like, the background for mine, I think it was Ninja Turtles. I think I had a Ninja Turtles background on my tablet when I was a kid. Like, that to me makes sense, right? Those are characters that are like...
I remember my old tablet had Lego Ninjago as the background. Lego Ninjago characters as the background. Like, yeah, this is a good background. Like, good like wallpaper. Like, it's like a wallpaper for the time, you know.
Very distinguished. They've got a ton of shows, you know, they've been around for a long time. There's comic books, there's movies, all this shit, right? And so it makes sense, you know, for these characters that have a lot of story and a lot of lore behind them. It makes sense for me as a kid to look up to them enough to put them as my background and think they're the coolest fucking thing ever. So like, why does this guy have 𝙂𝙀𝙧𝙖𝙀 as his background? Like, because again, I put a lot of value into, you know, characters like Ninja Turtles, right?
Yeah, I usually put it like my wallpaper if it has meaning to me in some sort of way. But I would never put like a fucking AI generated AI generated slot for a wallpaper, basically.
Because, you know, they were something to look up to. That was, you know, that was the entertainment. What fucking value does this kid put into 𝙂𝙀𝙧𝙖𝙀? Like, why is he looking up to this fucking character?
I don't understand. So basically, my like role models in terms of fictional characters, not only Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, yeah, that's good. That's a fucking banger. Also, Ben 10 was a fucking banger. Generator Rex was a fucking banger. Lego Ninjago was a fucking banger, at least the early seasons. Let's see here. I think also the fact that I'm trying to think. I'm trying to fucking think. What else was a banger back in the day? I don't fucking. Eddie. Misadventures of Flapjack. That was also a fucking banger. Also, Courage the Cowardly Dog 2. Those were fucking bangers. Oh, Blackjack. That's a fucking banger. That's a banger of that's a banger of a show. You can never go wrong with Blackjack. Remember, kids. Blackjack is better than Jack Black. Blackjack is better than Jack Black. Yeah.
That is literally a piece of wood with a baseball bat. Like, I mean, that's literally all he is. That is entirely all he is. The meme literally started as just an AI generated picture of a piece of wood holding a baseball bat, and it was saying some stupid shit. Like that is literally the creation of this character. Right? So like, how the fuck did a character that was made like that get to this point where kids are seeing them as like their favorite character. That's crazy to me. That's I genuinely I don't get it. And look, you could say that it's not that deep. Okay, you could tell me it's not that deep, that he has that as his background, but I would say it is that deep. Okay, I would say it is. You got to be pretty important to be the background of the tablet or the iPad. You have to be, okay? Because as a kid, the background to your device was pretty important. I'd say I put more thought when I was 10 into, you know, my tablet's background than I ever have into politics. You know, like it's that deep. It's that serious. So, you know, for him to go out of his way to put Triple T on the lock screen, it just makes me think there's something there, that this kid like really looks up to this character. And it's like, how? First of all, first question, how? Second question, why? Is there not 1,000 other characters that are actually well written and like have genuine story that you can put as your background? Or is that, or you know, even worse, are you just like, do you just not know of these characters? I saw a video the other day, genuinely made me feel like the oldest person on the planet. It was, I think it was one of those challenges where like they bring in
thank you meow.
Kids, and like one of them is an adult and like trying to act like a kid. You know what I'm talking about? And they ask questions to try to find out who the adult is. I'm pretty certain it was one of those challenges. And one of the hosts asked this kid like what cartoons they watch, and the kid was like baffled by the idea of cartoons. He was like, what's a cartoon? Like he genuinely had no idea what cartoons were. I didn't even know that was a thing. How do kids not know that? This kid literally said it. He was like, oh, I just watch YouTube shorts. What the fuck? Is that normal? Is that actually normal? Are kids actually just growing up off of YouTube shorts? Or is that one specific kid just living a shit life? Let me know. Okay, let me know, because I don't know. I'm not tapped in with the kids. I don't know. I've got no idea. But that video made me feel like I was 90. I'm young. I'm a youngin', you know? I'm still hip. That was stupid.
I'm young, I'm still hip. That was the most fucking like boomer thing to say. Either millennial, he's not a millennial humor, but yeah. I'm still young, I'm still hip. I can definitely be cool with the What am I saying? I'd rather be cringe, weird, autistic, and fucking silly. Because mental health can't stop me. The government can't stop me. I'll just simply continue to be silly for the rest of my days. Alright, there we go.
Still hip. Look, I'm not, you know, I'm not that old, but that made me feel like I felt like I gained arthritis from that video. Like it made me that old.
Gain arthritis. Arthritis, not arthritis.
Added years to my life just hearing this kid talk about how he doesn't know what cartoons are. But I mean, shit, I guess, you know, if that is normal, if that is...
Wait, I just noticed he has a SpongeBob gaming chair. That's cool as shit.
It's just like how kids are growing up now. This kind of...
I want a SpongeBob gaming chair. Can someone give me a SpongeBob gaming chair? I gotta look it up.
Makes sense, you know? He is kind of the guy on YouTube Shorts, you know? I really hope it's not that, but it's like, I don't know. Again, I think it's stupid to look down on younger generations and be like, oh, they're screwed when they grow up. But at the same time, I feel like it's kind of hard not to when you see shit like this and you're like, how the f are they going to be able to grow up and fix the amount of brain rot they gained when they were 5? I feel like at this level, this has to have some lasting effects. It absolutely has to. 100%.
It has to.
And if this doesn't, I know for a 100% fact that this will.
You know what? I'm gonna mind my business. I have nothing to say. I'm gonna mind my business.
I'm like, I don't even know. Like, what the f has he even got going on there? This kid is dead ass propped up on the couch with a I'm like 98% sure that's Lanky Box. He's got a Lanky Box video on the iPad, right? And he's got the typical, you know, child rubber case with a handle. You know the one. And then he's watching, I would assume YouTube Shorts on the phone. Yeah, no, it looks like he's got YouTube Shorts on the phone, a Lanky Box video on the tablet, and he's playing, I literally have no idea what the
He's playing Fortnite. He's playing Fortnite.
on the Switch that looks like is that fucking Roblox? Is that like a first-person shooter on Roblox? I mean, genuinely, like this is the embodiment of an iPad kid. This kid fell directly.
It is the embodiment iPad kid in the fucking flesh.
Into the stereotype. This is honestly insane. He's got LankyBox on the iPad, YouTube Shorts on a phone. He's playing fucking Roblox FPS shooter, whatever, on the Switch. I mean, like, I don't think I genuinely do not think I could even do this. I don't think I could watch a video, watch shorts, and play a game at the same time and comprehend anything that's going on.
Yeah, it's just overstimulation in a nutshell. I could not do that.
And maybe I'm just slow. Maybe this little kid's, you know, maybe he's quicker. Maybe he's sharper than I am. I'm willing to admit that, whatever. Maybe I'm just slow, but I do not think I could possibly do this shit and like actually keep up with anything that's going on. And I guess that's not to say that he can keep up with it either. You know, I'm sure he can't fucking write an essay on the LankyBox video after it's done. I'm not saying he's fully locked in, but the fact that he even set this up means that he enjoys doing this. I think I would get extremely pissed off and annoyed at like everything going on. It would be way too much. This shit would stress me out, and this kid's just like, this is just his constant. Yeah, I mean, I also don't know what I would do in this situation. Like if I was the parent and I walked up and my kid was doing this shit, I think I would just mind my business too. Like this conversation's out of my league, dude. This kid's cooked. I fucked up somewhere. And I'm just gonna have to live with it because this kid is dead ass. He's triple timing it, dude. I don't even know what to like call this. Is this a short attention span or a good attention span? You know,
I don't fucking know.
Is it that he's got such a shit attention span that he needs all this shit going on at the same time, or is it that he's got such a good attention span that he can just like keep up with 14 different things going on? I literally can't tell. Either way, this is going to have lasting effects. 100%.
It is going to have lasting effects. Yeah, take it, fucking iPad.
Like, I think you just can't even make this shit up. I did not know that Italian brain rot was like actually something being consumed by children. I genuinely didn't know that.
Brain rot is brain rot, regardless of what language or speak or culture you grew up in. Brain rot is brain rot. I grew up with YouTube poop. Even though that was my brain rot, it was also sophisticated brain rot. It definitely taught me stuff. For sure.
I thought that it was like, I mean, it was clearly made to be like an extremely ironic take on other brain rot characters, right? Like it was made to just be like throwing shit at the wall. But I thought everybody knew that. I thought that was the whole joke, right? Like that it was stupid as shit. I didn't realize like the content was genuinely being consumed by children, but turns out it's like a big thing. I mean, I almost want to say that this video is like staged, but it's clearly not. But that's just where my mind immediately goes to, because I did not know that shit was being consumed at all. Look, I know that I definitely grew up with some stupid shit. I know I did, okay? And I know everybody in my generation did. Like the MLG edits and all the bullshit. That was stupid. I will 100% agree with that. But like, bro, Italian brain rot is like genuinely AI generated stupidity. Like that's the whole point of it. The whole point is to be as stupid as possible. And it was made by a computer. Like this shit is not meant for human consumption. Like, dude, look, I'm not saying that the shit I grew up with is any better, but I'm kind of saying the shit I grew up with is better, because what the fuck? I don't think that this is meant for the human brain to comprehend. And these kids are like constantly watching it. I mean, that's fucking bizarre. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, look, to be fair, when I was a kid, I probably would have had the exact same.
I probably would have the exact same. I barely do shit on my old tablet anyways. Maybe, what, Minecraft single player survival is most I'll do, and that's about it.
I probably would have had the exact same reaction. Okay, to be fair, I'm not, I'm not gonna, I mean, I will say, considering what he was watching, is it really that deep? Do you really need your Italian brain rot back that bad?
Basically, that kind of brain rot is pretty much, the experience, okay, is pretty much experiencing drug addiction and withdrawal at the same time.
I I mean, yeah, I gotta say, but I will also say that just like, you know, I probably would have done the same shit.
Also, where the fuck is the mom at, too? Where the fuck is the mom at? Honestly, honest to God, where the fuck is the mom at?
When I was a kid, and not even because of the shit that I was watching or the fact that I can't last a second without my iPad, but more just like, why the fuck are you messing with me? You know, like why are you touching my shit? So to be fair, you know, it's not like that crazy of a reaction. I do not think that his reaction was the craziest part of this video at all. I think the craziest part of this video is the fact that he was unironically watching Italian brain rot and like,
yeah, that's true. Honestly, the reaction, I would just have the same reaction too if my brothers, any of my siblings decided to pretty much take a tablet away from me. Honestly, but, well, for me specifically, I probably would have just said, what the fuck? Something like that.
Enjoying it. You know, I guess that shows how tapped in with the trends I am. Not very, because I did not actually know that this shit was being consumed at any level. I just thought that it was something stupid to laugh at. I guess I was fucking wrong. I guess I was. We got kids like genuinely looking up to 𝙂𝙂 𝘖𝙀. I had no idea.
What? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? I mean,
first off, if a kid was that disrespectful to me and trying to attack me, that kid's getting body slammed. That kid's getting body slammed. And make sure they get body slammed on something soft, not concrete or wood floor. Make sure they get body slammed, I don't fucking know, on the fucking grass.
First things first, gotta say, personally, if I was in this situation, you can have it, bro. You can have it. I'm not touching it. I'd be stepping back. I mean, look at him. He looks like he's ready to die for that iPad. He does not play about this shit at all. He looks like he would beat the absolute piss out of me. And I personally don't want the smoke. So I wouldn't have done anything. Like, I don't even know how to categorize this. Is this an iPad kid or is this just like a badass? I can't really.
No, I would call it badass. This is pretty much the epitome of an iPad kid.
Really tell what's going on here. Does he value his iPad so much that he would assault somebody, or is he just about that shit? Does he just like not accept shit from anybody? Because I mean, if it's that, then like fucking good for him, honestly.
Honestly, I blame the mom for giving the kid an iPad in the first place. That's on the mom.
That's how they should be raised. But if it's the iPad part, like, dude, what the f do you have on that iPad that would make you want to fight your mother over it? I mean, you gotta have some like S tier games. I'm talking, this dude somehow downloaded 2018 Fortnite on that goddamn iPad. Like, I don't know what he did. It could be that deep. It could be. Motherfucker got the last known copy of Flappy Bird on that iPad. You know, maybe he's just defending it with his life. At that, you know, if it was that, I would understand.
Honestly, I love Flappy Bird, no matter what form factor it's in.
But I'm just gonna assume that it's not that. And like, dude, you can't need it that bad, bro. You're ready to throw hands with your mother over this iPad. And also, I gotta say, I can genuinely not believe that he's speaking to his mother like this. That's fucking crazy. I think even now, if I playfully said this to my mom, she'd ricochet a ladle off the back of my head. Like, dude, I would get the piss beat out of me if I was that age. Oh my god. And again, now I still think she'd do that shit. What the fuck, man? Like, this kid's either got balls of steel or his mom is a fucking pushover.
His mom is a pushover. The kid doesn't have balls of steel. The mom is a fucking pushover and a half.
Either way, this shit is fucking crazy. Like, it can't be that important, bro.
What does it say? Huh?
It says, I'm really sorry about your iPad. I was just walking.
Okay, you know, I gotta immediately, right off rip, gotta say, I fuck with this guy. He's sick as shit. He doesn't play into that, like, bullshit. The fucking rules. Oh, you can't touch the elf or it'll lose its magic. Bullshit.
I mean, it's not about, like, actually lifting an elf and stuff like that, but I don't understand I just don't understand that superstition between behind the elf thing.
It's a toy, okay? And I like that he just understands that immediately.
That's not the kind of toys I buy. I'm a good girl, I promise. No.
Just fully grab the dude. Hey, he touched your stuff. Kind of free game. Yeah, it's kind of free game. He was fucking with the pad. That's sacrilegious, you know? I say he deserves that shit.
What did he do to it? Open it. Turn it on.
Why'd you do that?
It's broke.
Why'd you freaking do that?
He's fucking crashing out on the fucking elf.
He's a good cow.
I am, meow. I was gonna say hi, Ark. Welcome. I think Ark is gonna, yeah, I guess I apologize to Ark and sorry for the ads. Yeah, let me know when you're back. Let me know when you're back, Ark. But yeah. Oh, you're like here. Are you like Ark? Are you here or is it an ad? You're back. Finally. Yeah. Finally. Alright. Hi, Ark. Welcome. How are you doing today? We're just taking like a little lunch break before like I move on to doing my art challenges. Honestly speaking, maybe I should do this. Maybe have like one like Thursday game. Like if I have the ability to, or just have the time to, I want to do like a long art stream. That's gonna happen one day. I just need a right time and place for it. Meow.
Oh my Christ.
Jesus Christ.
What?
You're trying to rip his head. I'm freezing. I made some hot coffee and a little oatmeal cake and leaving some soup. And I leave some soup making in the stove. Ooh, nice. It is. The snowstorm just ended, and the sidewalks are fucking piled with snow. Even the stairwell outside that leads to outside of the apartment is fucking piled with snow and ice. So yeah. So at the very least, my manager gave me the day off. So yippee, meow. I am very much turning into a cat girl. That is not already a cat girl. You take care, keep warm. Yeah, keep warm. Oh, you're leaving already, Ark?
Yo, dude. Oh my god. Holy shit. He's bro, look, okay, a few beatings, that's fine. You know, smacking him around a little bit, punching him, whatever. You just banged that motherfucker. You snapped his spine clean in half. Like he's active.
No, it sounds really cool. It is really cold. Thankfully, my PC and my laptop are keeping me warm. Cause heat go burr. Little shits. Yeah. No, he go burn this and go burn here.
Trying to rip this motherfucker into pieces. Look, I know that, you know, just seeing this, it's not that crazy. It's like he's just beating up a toy. But you gotta think, you know, at least if his parents are doing it the way that it's intended to, he's supposed to be led to believe that this elf is a sentient being. You know what I mean? Like in his mind, he thinks that this elf is live and like moves at night. It is like a real thing. And he's fucking killing it. Like with his bare hands because the dude fucked with the pad. I mean,
Ooh, thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa? Is that you? Skin. Anywho, thank you for following. Welcome. How are you doing today? Also, let me go use the bathroom real quick.
That is psychotic. First of all,
Taking a bit
it's
of a lunch
psychotic
break.
as shit. Second of all, it's badass as fuck, and I respect the hell out of it. I mean, Jesus Christ, he doesn't play about the shit, and I got nothing but respect for it. Now, do I think that the elf deserved to get his? I'm assuming his head is about to get ripped the fuck off. Does he deserve that? Probably not. Actually, no. Yeah. No, he kind of does. You know, because it's like that's like a $200 iPad, or I don't know the price of iPads, but I know they're like pretty expensive, and I know his little bitch ass is like $22.13. You know, like it's that's a cheap elf. So like realistically, this $20 elf breaks your $200 iPad. I'd say ripping his head off is like the least you can do. But like the fact that that's the first thing he went to is just beating his ass senseless.
I'm back. Also, Bennett, how are you? Welcome. Also, you're in time because just earlier in the stream, I got a notification that pretty much my chat pretty much let me know that my stream is playing ads. So I was confused and found out that I'm a Twitch affiliate. So yay! I'm gonna play like a Twitch affiliate stream this upcoming Sunday. So there's that.
You know, I don't know what I would do in this moment. This is probably why I'm not a parent, you know, because I personally would have no idea what to do in this situation like this. Because it's like, not only did the first thing my child do is choose violence, he went further than just a few lashings. He's actively murdering this motherfucker over an iPad, you know? And so it's like, clearly I fucked up somewhere. I fucked up multiple times, right? Because this kid values his iPad enough to kill somebody over it, and he's killing something, you know? So it's like, there's definitely got to be multiple fuck-ups on my end, and I don't know what I would do here. I think I would, I think I'd just let him do it. I think I'd just leave.
Zoomers, Gen Z, and early Gen Alpha. Let's promise not to give our kids iPads at all.
I'd let him do what he's doing and just walk away. That being said, though, that elf. He definitely deserves it.
Hey, yo.
It's just a wallpaper, bro. Chill. Like, yeah. What kind of comment is that? That has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about here. But like, dude, he's like 4, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, it is a wallpaper. He can't tell. Like, what kind of comment is that? Yo, dude, relax, bro. It's not even real. Like, that's the whole point, you jackass.
Bro, we need to delete 20 games.
But I want to play.
Ridiculous.
I'm not gonna play no games.
Yes, but I'm deleting 20 of them.
Dude, I'm gonna assume that literally everything this kid has on this iPad is games. He's got 7 pages. Look at the bottom. You can see he's got 7 pages of games. There's room for 30 games on each page. That's 200 games.
Jesus Christ. I can't afford an iPad or a kid, let alone both. Yeah, that's fair. That is very fair. Meow. Right? But I don't know if I am gonna have a chance to raise a kid. But I'm damn sure as hell not gonna give the fucking kid an iPad. I'm not gonna be a lazy motherfucker like some of these millennials who don't want to raise their own fucking kids. Because that's what I'm fucking seeing right now.
She's talking about deleting 20. I would delete fucking 100. He's got that's 210, actually. 210 games.
Here's the thing. Back when I was a kid, like with a fucking old ass Samsung tablet, I was 10 to 14. Am I a millennial? Millennials are in the 30s. The youngest millennials are in their 30s. So I'm thinking, Erica, I'm thinking you're an X-Millennial. So you're like you're pretty much in the in between. Oh, what was it again? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Bob, for following. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. When I was a kid, maybe 5, 8, I could get across very good with Pokemon. Yeah, maybe like for me, it's 3 or 4 games that I play. I play like 2 games on my tablet. It was like Worldcraft and Turbo Crash Racing. No, it's like Turbo Dismount. If anyone remembers that. Millennials are 82.84. I think you're an X-Millennial. You gotta be like at least 3 years after the cutoff in order to be officially like full millennial. For me, I'm 3 years after the cutoff of between millennial and Gen Z. However, some people say maybe it's 2007, 1998. That because I feel like I'm a millennial because I grew up with pretty much these damn near same childhood that millennials had. Pretty much biking friends' places, hanging out with friends. Also the fact that we're doing stupid shit as a kid. Early millennial. You're an early millennial. I'm pretty much a zillennial. Since most games needed one specific device to play on, encourage Lily is able to play any. Ooh, yeah. I think for me, for like my old ass tablet, it was Worldcraft and Turbo Dismount. And for my like original Xbox, the 2003 version was pretty much Lego Stars, the video game, Lego Stars the original trilogy, Minico 3 Dub Edition Remix, Project Gotham Racing, let's see here, Star Wars Battlefront 2, let's see here, as well as Need for Speed Underground 1 and 2, and that's about it. That's all we get. Oh yeah, Ed and Eddie and The Sims. The Sims 4 for Xbox. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, Sims 4 or Sims 3? No, it's Sims 3 for the Xbox. Yeah. Yep.
His iPad. Like, how do you even play 210 games? I don't even know how that's possible. I mean, Jesus, man.
What is this?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Look, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. We haven't seen the gameplay yet, but I do gotta say,
I blame YouTube ads for this because YouTube's been promoting these ads for fucking God knows how long.
the name of that game was Freaky Stan. Again, I'm not gonna judge a book by its cover. Maybe the game's really good, really well made, not freaky at all. It just happens to have a, and maybe it means freaky like scary, you know, and I'm just too brain rotted. Jesus Christ.
This is a boring girl game.
Okay, look, it doesn't look horrible. Oh God. Waste. Oh Jesus Christ.
Yes.
What the fuck? Nah, freaky game. Exactly, Ark. It's a freaky game. Freaky is a freaky ass game. Yeah. Still, what the fuck? What the fuck? Still, I am just in utter fucking shit. What the fuck?
I don't even.
Oh no.
What the fuck do I even say to that? I promise you, this kid is not like above the age of 5.
Someone redeemed a boop. Vanessa, you redeemed a boop? I boop you. This is why I think kids should have phones 14, 15. I got my iPhone when I was 16. So yeah, but unfortunately I had my tablet when I was like 9 or 10. And unfortunately the Wild West of YouTube is on the edge of the Wild West days until like 2015, 2016. But yeah, I was on the edge of on the end side, the latter side of the Wild West, the YouTube being a Wild West back then. And I saw some horrendous shit. Horrendous shit. And pretty much what you will only see on live. Basically, I saw some shit on YouTube itself back in 2010 that you would have seen on Live Leak. Gonna hop off stream moment, do some shoveling. Alright, fair. See you when you get back. Bye, matane.
What, yo, what the fuck? I mean, there's honestly a lot to unpack here. Just a lot. Like, you know, first things first. The elephant in
What the fuck is people rubbing their engines?
the room. Really, bro? A game called Freaky Stand, where the first thing you do is make this girl twerk, and it's like clearly packaged and like advertised to kids. Like, this is very clearly a kid game. You almost can't blame actually not almost, you just can't blame the kid for downloading and playing this game because it's made for him, you know? Why? What sick fucking bastard was like, yeah, let me make a game called Freaky I mean, dude, it's just psychopaths. What the fuck are we doing?
They're doing this for the ad revenue.
Like, I mean, like, serious question. Is there even money in this? You know, because immediately, whenever I see some sick shit like this, some shit that is just clearly fucking predatory as hell, my mind immediately goes to greed, right? Oh, there's just a ton of money to be made with games like this. But it's like, is there fucking really? Is there a ton of money to be made from these freaky ass games that like can't be made from just making an actual good game? I mean, it's not like there's in-app purchases. I mean, I'm sure there is, like, to remove ads or whatever, but it's not like you're buying currency in this bullshit little game, you know? So it's like, and also, I mean, unless, of course, you leave your card on the iPad, which I would assume you wouldn't do, how would they get money? How would that conversation even go? Hey, mom, can I buy some freaky bucks on Freaky Stan? Like, no? Like, like, absolutely not. You can't buy freaky bucks. No, actually, you can delete that game right the now. You know, so it's like, is there money to be made here, or are people just like gross and just want to make freaky games for kids? Because like that just seems like the only. I mean, because it exists, you know, so there's got to be a reason for it. Is it the money incentive that, you know, couldn't?
Like, does anyone remember Pixel Tower? I used to play that a lot as a kid. It's like a tower building, like a hotel building simulator kind of thing. It was very addicting as a kid. It's very chill as well.
Be gathered.
See here.
From YouTube to memes and flash games, you might think the golden age of the internet is behind us. But when exactly was it? The 2000s, 2010s? Could you even pinpoint a single year? I'm hoping I can by the
Around
end of this
2016.
video, but it's not going to be easy. I asked you guys, and out of 5,000 responses, one period stood out from the rest. Whether it was the bizarre nature of early viral videos or their creators, there was something about the early 2010s that felt different. I want to find out what, and whether it does something about the early 2010s that felt different.
I miss Ouija. I'm sure there's like a sprite sheet, but yeah. What's crazy about this is what's crazy about kids. 2016. Yeah, 2016 was like the cutoff.
I want to find out what and whether it deserves that reputation. Because if we figure out what made the internet so special, maybe.
Hey, yeah. I remember that one. That's so good. Also, Filthy Frank, I love him.
Maybe we can understand what it lost, and if we can ever.
I should have expected this. Getting fucking rickrolled.
get it back. I started off by cutting the decade in thirds. I think there's 3 really distinct eras.
Ooh, 2010 to 2013, yep. 2014, 2017, I remember that era. 2020,
But only one of them was peak. From the edgy phase to the early days, I'm revisiting all of them to find out what was really going on, to find the exact moments where things changed. And what better place to start than here?
2010, yep.
The year is 2010. No one has more than like 2 million subscribers. There's roughly half as many people even using the internet, and cats are the pinnacle of humor. Things feel different. But it's not just because of the stuff people are posting. There are deep functional differences with the internet that we'll expose later on. But first, let's get familiar with our surroundings, starting with the site you're on right now. From its 5-star rating system to the era of viral videos, early YouTube was bizarre. For starters, you could do some pretty simple things that would seem alien today, like personalizing your channel. You weren't limited to just the banner and profile picture. The background, layout, and general aesthetic were up to you, which gave creators a lot more control over their homepage. If you were online at the time, you might remember this from Fred. In general, there was a larger focus on fostering communities between creators and subscribers. You weren't just picking and choosing topics from randoms. You were actively following and being served content from your subscriptions. Speaking of which, if you want to join the largest group of *𝙂𝙤𝙣 on the internet, consider subscribing. Anyway, people
consider subscribing, yes.
Encouraged by
also, Blitzy, chatters on YouTube, consider subscribing to join the Blitzy Club.
Features like the channel page, where viewers could leave comments directly on a creator's profile. You know how on Instagram people can do those video responses that show up in the comments?
Exactly.
Well, YouTube had a similar thing going on. Under any popular video, there was a reasonable chance you'd find a bunch of people linking their responses. It offered a great way for people to hear the other side of an argument, or even just get additional context. Being the internet though, this feature would quickly become problematic. A couple of innovative, business-minded individuals figured out that spamming replies on popular videos featuring their massive, well-rounded takes would give them easy traffic. This was known as the Reply Girls controversy, and in many ways, it never really left us. Anyway, while most of the site was still dominated by short viral videos, the early 2010s saw the explosion of something completely unexpected: the YouTuber. Suddenly, people weren't just getting 1 or 2 breakout hits. They were doing it again and
PewDiePie!
And now it was paying them. While a handful of channels achieved this in the late 2000s, it was finally starting to become a legitimate career for thousands. Big names like Smosh, Ray William Johnson, Jenna Marbles, and PewDiePie cemented their place in YouTube history and set the stage for the chaos to come. Overall though, there was less of an established content meta, and anything from skits to low-budget Let's Plays had a place. Importantly, a lot of this early content was being made for a single reason: fun.
YouTube poops.
The future didn't guarantee monetization, so none of these guys really knew if they had a long-term career. So many people only made stuff because they actually enjoyed making it. This gave creators a more down-to-earth, authentic presence. Still, the minute that serious money entered the picture, things were bound to change. Several events were set in motion that changed the trajectory of the site forever. But we aren't there quite yet. The shelf life of the troll face has been borderline insane. It popped up for the first time in 2008, and you can still spot it lurking in the depths of YouTube Shorts. Edited over Tom and Jerry clips from the 1940s. Team Tom Chad. Is Tom smart? Huh? I'm famous. Dad. Oh, he's still gone. By the early 10s, memes were no longer stage, having evolved since the 90s and 2000s. Many formats that originated on sites like 4chan and Reddit had been unleashed on the general populace. This led to the mainstream popularity of Rage comics and those top text memes with the color wheel background.
I mean, yes, I remember top text board and bottom text memes as well. That was actually a good era for memes. I mean, if we're talking about like those things, wouldn't a switch just be side text? Wouldn't a switch just be side text here?
Importantly, these all followed similar patterns and leaned on pretty conventional humor, meaning that anyone could understand and create their own. As you know, that is absolutely not the case anymore. While we continue through the decade, I think we'll find out why that is. Anyway, as each year passed, the landscape kept evolving. Doge, cats with lasers, rainbows, burritos, shooting stars, Rick-rolling, stuff was still colorful.
Damn, another Rickroll.
Full and simple, but there were plenty of new characters and formats popping up. This will be relevant later on, so just take note of how long some of these memes were around. Going back to YouTube, a lot of internet humor manifested as YTPs and animations. Things like the ASDF movie series and humorous music videos fell within a very strong niche. Still, you can argue that a lot of this was just spilling over from the previous decade, and the 2010s were yet to truly establish their own identity. Considering how chaotic things got from here, you might not be wrong. Before we leave the early 2010s and dive into perhaps the most bizarre period of internet history, there's a couple things we need to touch on. Firstly, gaming. Flash games were obviously massive, but you started to see something else happening with bigger titles. Thanks to Let's Plays and forums, the development and success of new games became somewhat intertwined with the internet. I could list a bunch of examples, but why do that when I only need to mention one? Minecraft spread through the web like
I like trains. Meow. Yeah, I like trains too. Oh yeah, I remember in AC movies said, basically mentioned, oh, there's the transgender guy. I was like, bruh, that was funny. That was funny. Nowadays, like, maybe I shouldn't say that. But it's still funny.
Upon release. By 2012, it was everywhere. This was propelled by YouTubers, theories, and the simple fact that the game was really good. But again, it wasn't just about these bigger hits. If you didn't have access to the larger titles people were playing, Flash games would fill the void. Happy Wheels, Bloom.
Oh yeah, I remember Fireball and Water Girl. That was a fucking banger-ass Flash game.
Tower Defense, shout out to 𝙂𝙗𝙣𝙗, and shout out to the internet in general. From 2010 to 2013, it was undeniably a fun place to be. Things like personalization, the laid-back...
Yeah, Fireball and Water Girl. That was fucking cool. Duck Light, that was also good. Let's see here. I remember. And Five Nights at Freddy's, yes. Gummy Bear meme, DNTDM. Nyan Cat.
Creative nature of YouTube and meme culture were exciting and easy to engage with. But there's a whole lot more on the horizon, and I can't help the feeling that I've barely scratched the surface. After all, it took only a few short years for things to change completely. The remnants of the old internet would be almost unrecognizable by the end of this next...
The edgy age. There's the edgy age, but right now we're living in the edging age.
It's 2014 now, and top text, bottom text is no longer cutting it. Skits are on the way out, and we've officially begun the slow, deranged descent into brain rot. This is marked by the increasingly cryptic nature of memes. Things like MLG and, regrettably, the word dank. On the upside, there's more people online and no shortage of interesting stuff to engage with. Unfortunately, not all of this is received well or looked back on fondly, with many creators distancing themselves from this era today. To find out why that is, I think it's time we check back in on YouTube. Behind the scenes, YouTube had been quietly changing its algorithm. As early as 2012, watch time became a key metric for determining a video's performance. By 2014, the effects of this were in full swing. The platform was no longer dominated by short viral clips, instead providing a framework where regular, lengthy uploads could thrive. This means long, episodic Let's Plays from established creators, and later down the line, 40-minute drama videos with a dude playing Surf. But early on, the meta was pretty simple. PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Jacksepticeye were right on top of it, pumping out playthroughs of horror games like Slender. This was all fairly unproblematic, and the same went for other growing niches on the site. Vlogging, makeup tutorials, educational stuff, reviews.
Here it is. It is very cool. I'll give you a quick look at it. I'll turn it around a bit.
However, beneath this thin, brand-friendly veneer was a growing movement that would ultimately change the course of the website forever. This story starts off way back on October the 17th, 2006.
Yeah.
The video is uploaded by the channel Too Cool for You 92, showing a kid breakdancing. It's only 11 seconds long and we don't see him again for a few years. That is, until this video. It's made by a newer channel called Disaster Music that begins posting short comedic clips. There's a couple gems in there with titles like Tragedy of the Homeless Crap and even useful tutorials like this one. But nobody cared who this guy was yet. Until he put on the shirt.
I'd like to share with you a little story.
This was the start of Filthy Frank, a character and channel made by George.
Filthy Frank.
Only a few days after posting this video, he makes a post on Twitter showing the now iconic pink suit. Even crazier is the caption. I bought this last night. This is a total game changer. Internet fame, here I come. And with that, he was well on the way. Although I'm not sure he knew what it was gonna take to get there, the things he'd end up doing. George's videos were intentionally bizarre and offensive, pushing against every boundary and almost seeming like a retaliation against YouTube's increasingly corporatized landscape. He wasn't going for sponsorships or monetization, frankly, I don't know what he was going for, but he was definitely doing it, and pretty well too. Inevitably, other people began to catch on, realizing there was still a space for edgy and absurdist humor. iDubbbz donned a green morph suit. PewDiePie started talking like this.
You want this apple? Sure, buddy, thank you. You like it? Well, I haven't tried it.
And eventually, there was an entire ecosystem of these creators. It's hard to explain if you weren't there, but every time Max Mofo, Frank, and iDubbbz collaborated, it was like the Avengers for the unemployed and casual enjoyers of SJW Gets Owned compilations.
Yes.
We're only a few years in, and we've already gone from cat memes to people baking and eating PewDiePie's ass hair. But what about when they weren't? What was there to watch? Remember that one dude who made like 30 videos about Mr. Beast's downfall? This is the end for Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast Pregnant Challenge. That's not a new concept.
Oh, yeah. Also, we're gonna quickly, let me switch to the channel real quick. Let me switch to here real quick. And we're gonna get back to art. We're gonna get back to art, basically. Alright, let me switch over the actual thingamabob. Alright, we can switch back to art here. Switches to art as well. Here we go. Alright. Alright, and switching to art. Here we go. And alright. Alright, there we go. Okay, allow me to get stuff ready. Okay, what's going on with my gaming avatars? There we go. There we go. Alright. Let me get stuff ready. And here we go. Alright. Oh, I didn't see that chat. Your iPhone 16 was your first. Oh, iPhone 6 was your first? Mine was the iPhone 5, but that's my first phone. And that's what I got when I was 16. And then like when I was like 17, we all switched to iPhone 7. I didn't like how it looked, but I got used to it. And then my older sibling gave me his iPhone 10. And I used that for a long ass time before I switched over to iPhone 15. And fun fact, my mom tried to switch me over to iPhone 14 and I said, Mom, please hold back on the iPhone 14 now, because Apple confirmed the iPhone 15 series is going to have USB-C. so we won't have to worry about lightning cable. So yeah, I was right. And it was a great investment. For me, it was a great investment because I paid for it. Well, my parents paid for my iPhone 15 Pro Max, but I personally paid for my Apple Watch Series 9 pre-order. We both pre-ordered. So basically, I have the rare version of an Apple Watch where it has the O2 monitoring chip in it, oxygen monitoring chip in it that pretty much Apple got sued over for. Yeah, yippee on that. Anywho, I went to have stream avatars. All right, there we go. Meow. Anywho. Yeah. Meow. Anywho, we're moving on to file, open. We're moving on to where was it, right? Yeah, this one here. I guess I was working on the shadows, so I'll get like started on that. But yeah. Alrighty. Let's continue our art.
At all. While the drama scene today seems pretty relentless, it was nothing compared to peak 2016. We all, yes we, couldn't stop watching 20-minute videos of some 20-something dude in his bedroom talking over surf gameplay. In fact, it's been almost a decade and that's exactly what you're watching right now. Calling out cringe and absolutely dismantling it was a huge meta in the mid-2010s. These guys pioneered what we call slop today, and some started arguments that still haven't been resolved. Not all of it was simple commentary though, and creators like 𝙂𝙬𝙖𝙀𝙬 and 𝘂𝙀 added in skits and their own characters. However, while this general format has lived on, many of the older creators were forced to abandon some of their methods. And here's why. Around 2017, the influx of edgy and problematic content on YouTube had kinda come to a boiling point. The cringe was too strong. Other issues on YouTube Kids weren't helping, and the attention brought by several large creators' controversial clips made things even worse. One group was feeling the pressure more than anyone else, and unsurprisingly, it happens to be the only group whose opinion mattered. Advertisers. Companies were pulling out left and right. YouTube responded by tightening policy, and suddenly there was no room for this kind of edgy content. Things changed completely in a matter of months. Creators who were already on limited ad revenue were now making close to nothing, and so they stopped. The edgy period collapsed as quickly as it arrived. But what rose from the ashes? How did YouTube actually change after the adpocalypse? We'll come back to that. With so many eyes on drama and edgy creators, YouTube became a prime source for memes. You'd see a lot of green screen formats using YouTubers, and new YTPs were still pulling in numbers. But things weren't as simple as they used to be, and you could safely call this one of the strangest periods for internet humor. Again, these were no longer simple commentaries on relatable, real-life experiences. Almost all of the humor was grounded in or referencing something from the internet. Even a few seconds of an MLG edit had layers of references and inside jokes. As a result, not everyone could really get or appreciate the joke. Not me though. Pull up an MLG edit, the sound air horns. What do? YouTube to MP3 dank air horn sound effect, copyright free. Next day, posting MLG edits in the classroom by myself. Laughing. Why? I studied, bro. Still, just like the troll
The
face
art of avoiding
from the
copyright.
early days, there were a few things that stuck around for way too long. Did anyone actually find that
Oh
being...
shit, I didn't even realize. Thank you for the raid. Oh wait, how do I start? Oh, sorry. What is it going? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We're getting raided, everyone! Go, go, go! Sorry, my brain is just not there. My brain is just not here. Stream avatars. There we go. Get the boss, everyone! Oh no! Y'all can do it! Y'all can do it! Go, go, go! My brain is just not there today.
Shit funny. The entire B movie, but every time they say B, it gets 10% faster. The entire B movie, but bass boosted. I still see people copy pasting the entire B movie script. There was this collective obsession with repetition, where stuff was just funny because of
The B
how
movie script is public domain now.
How many We Are Number One remixes did we really need? I definitely think this was the turning point that got us to where we are today. When even the language of memes is abstract and confusing, their value is no longer just comedic. There's this added layer of feeling like you're part of some special group that understands it. Kind of like when people started making their dark sense of humor part of their personality. The idea that others don't get it is just as much of a draw as the actual entertainment. This started to get pretty bad over the following years, and we'll dig into that soon enough. All in all, the self-titled dank era was in decline by 2017, leaving behind some pretty memorable characters. Amidst all of this, another industry had been quietly growing and was set to explode. Though I don't think anyone quite expected what we were in for. By the early 2010s, the world had seen its fair share of internet-made artists. Lil B, Soulja Boy. There were plenty of people going viral with small production teams, leveraging sites like YouTube to bypass the traditional gatekeepers of mainstream music. But what happened in the mid-2010s was different. I'm talking, of course, about SoundCloud rappers. Around 2015 to 2016, the scene absolutely blew up, and people heard the names Lil Uzi, Lil Yachty, and XXXTentacion for the first time. Just like Chief Keef in 2012, everyone was covered in designer, held together by Gucci belts and double cups.
You cannot use the double gulp cup.
If you liked the music, this was a really good time to be online. Thanks to the low barrier to entry, there was a constant stream of new releases. And it felt like artists were breaking out every other day. And honestly, even if you didn't like the music, you couldn't deny it was entertaining. A lot of the biggest rappers today either came up during this period or were directly inspired by it. And in the underground scene, SoundCloud is still the place to be. But this wasn't the only industry to come to life in the mid-2010s. Streaming was quickly gaining traction, and it was finally becoming mainstream. Creators like Sodapoppin, Lyric, and Destiny showed that just like YouTube, live streaming was a viable career. And Twitch held all the cards. At the start, it was primarily gaming, but people soon branched out into politics and eventually IRL. This wave of content was completely different to anything before it. You weren't watching a carefully constructed, pre-written narrative unfold for 20 minutes and then turning it off. Instead, you could interact with things as they happened, with the added randomness of live entertainment. It's no surprise things go wrong, but what is surprising is what happens to the internet after 2017. 2018 to 2020 was a weird time for the internet. YouTube Rewind was still a thing, people really hated it then though, Vine was gone and TikTok had taken its place. But this isn't to say nothing interesting happened over those years. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We saw huge creators rise and fall, the beginning of some of today's most hated practices, and the solidification of the internet as a money-making machine. That being said, some people consider this to be their favorite period online, and we're gonna find out why. How often do you think about thumbnails? Do you ever wonder why we went from seemingly random stills to whatever the f this is? This change has been perhaps one of YouTube's most noticeable. You can pretty easily date a video judging off these tiny little snapshots. Even compare a modern MrBeast video to one from 2017. While this might seem like a trivial observation, it's representative of what's happened to the entire platform. I remember when I first started making videos, I watched this clip of MatPat where he talks about the psychology behind thumbnails. It seemed so obvious while I was watching it, but I never considered how much strategy goes into a single one. There's patterns happens to how we perceive them, going from the top left to the middle. We respond more to faces with specific expressions. There should be tension, energy, or a story. By the late 2010s, people had more than enough data to really start min-maxing these. Higher contrast, bigger red arrows, and even more red circles. More recently, Mr. Beast went back and changed all of his thumbnails to show him smiling with his mouth closed rather than open. Why? Because he has enough data to show that people are slightly more inclined to click this expression. Again, you can easily trace these practices back to the latter half of the 2010s. If you weren't relying on ye old methods of clickbait, you had to really work to make your thumbnails stand out in an ever-growing crowd. But this had another unintended consequence that you've definitely picked up on. YouTube lost something. You see, by 2018, the site had well and truly changed. YouTube's 2017 crackdown meant safer, ad-friendly content. The algorithm rewarded frequent, lengthy uploads, and for many, it was no longer a hobby. The evolution of thumbnails exemplifies this change, becoming solely driven by statistics and clickability. To no surprise, this was when the site started to develop a reputation for being sanitized and corporate. The stakes were higher, advertisers held more power than ever before, and creators knew this. If you felt like YouTube became less creative here, it isn't just nostalgia. When the threat of demonetization looms over loose boundaries, people don't just avoid pushing them, they don't even look for them. So we've gone from the Stone Age through to MLG, past dank memes, and here we are. There's two new terms to get uncomfortably familiar with. Again, surreal and irony. To get this started, I went to Surreal Memes and did some honorable, independent YouTube journalism. Right, here's how to make a surreal meme. Surreal memes are essentially dank memes that are so incredibly dank they're on another plane of existence. Surreal memes can be hard to understand for humans at times, but given enough thought, we may be able to find humor in them. Surreal memes are supposed to be hard to comprehend, but are supposed to have some sort of relatable, hidden meaning behind them. In other words, they were doing the whole high IQ Rick and Morty thing at the same time the high IQ Rick and Morty thing was relevant. Surreal memes tie back to what I was saying earlier about memes starting to revolve around making you feel like part of some secret club. There was a painfully obvious performative element of just look at us and how crazy we are. How many layers of irony are you on? At the time though, these were decent enough and a couple were pretty creative, but surreal memes could only cling on for so long, and compared to what followed, they were perfectly cohesive. Because irony was where things got really weird. Humor started to collapse in on itself maybe around 2018, 2019, with memes becoming a lot more cryptic and nonsensical. I'm not going to go over this stage in too much detail, partly because it's impossible, but if you know, you know. At this point, you could see another major shift in how the internet worked. Specifically, memes no longer stuck around for more than a few months. Where the MLG format survived for multiple years, trends had started to come and go faster than ever. This was true for a lot of things. YouTube,
I don't like
music,
that.
fashion. There were countless niches, subcultures, and groups. But as everything became more transient and fragmented, it was harder than ever to connect or feel a part of it all. What we lost was a sense of shared identity. This was reflected in the rise of apps like TikTok, where everyone was funneled into highly personalized echo chambers of micro niches and sub-genres. Even going back to YouTube, this was when subscribers started to become irrelevant. The algorithm stopped rewarding a loyal following and began prioritizing videos that satisfied whatever fleeting interest you had that day. Why? Because the only metric that matters is how long you keep watching. This isn't always a bad thing.
Which fucking
it does
sucks.
detract from the feeling of community you used to get by curating your subscriptions and being served a blend of your selected interests. Luckily, things like Discord still help with that, and you can join ours at any time. Regardless, we've come a long way, and I think I finally have some answers. Has the internet already peaked? Were you guys right? And was I able to pinpoint a single year? Of course, the answer will always be, it depends, and we have no idea what's coming in the future. But we can do a bit better than just saying it's subjective. After all, it's pretty clear what's fun and what isn't. What made the internet enjoyable in the first place was personalization, entertainment, and community. What's eroded that experience is centralization, excessive moderation, and the feeling that every online space is becoming overly corporate. With this in mind, I think we can safely get the last period out of the way. Now, the mid-2010s. A great period for memes and content in general. Social media wasn't quite as dominant and all-consuming as it is today, and it still felt like something that you used, rather than something that used you. But it was already evident that the internet was changing. Things like the adpocalypse exposed how fragile the system really was, and how the viability of content
So
creation
welcome. How are you doing today?
increasingly tied
Hope
to
you're doing well.
diligently following platform policy. By then, the idea of customizing your channel,
Currently doing our challenge,
well and truly
just to pretty much keep keep our art skills up and improve them.
The internet experience took a back seat. So the early 2010s. The chaos of the 2000s was still very much alive in online culture, but a lot of quality of life stuff had been improved. Sites like YouTube were making it easier than ever for anyone to access and create videos. There were still actually forums, and it wasn't just Reddit. Overall, there was a good balance between fun and functionality. And that's why I think you guys are right. In many ways, the early 2010s were the golden age of the internet. And personally, if I had to pick a single year from this time frame, one that really captured this dynamic, it'd be 2013. But let me know what you think. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't, maybe you think we were an entire decade off. In that case, we might need to go back even further.
Ooh. Okay, so Alright, I'm gonna find something else to watch. Oh, okay.
So here's something you probably haven't seen before.
Here we go.
So here's something you probably haven't seen before. A prototype tablet PC that was developed by Intel back in 2006. It honestly looks like some weird fusion between a tablet and a smartphone, and as it turns out, this is an early engineering sample for the ultra-mobile PC standard that Microsoft and Intel were working on around this time. Now we've taken a look at one of these machines that did get publicly released. This one here is from Samsung, and these were basically Windows machines that were bigger than a smartphone, but not big enough to be a laptop or a full-size tablet. And this prototype is fascinating to explore because it gives us a glimpse at the early stages of a device category that ultimately never really caught on. So today we're going to check it out and see what it's capable of. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. So I gotta give a huge thank you to a viewer out there for trusting me enough to let me borrow this thing for a little while. He goes by the name bishop.gov online, and if you're somebody who's active in the UMPC community, you might have seen his post on Reddit about this device a couple years back, which he told me he wrote after picking this thing up at a flea market for just $20 and was unsure as to what exactly it was. And it seemed to really surprise people in the subreddit, with one person replying that this is the original UMPC prototype developed by Intel that was written about in the tech press and shown off at trade shows to demonstrate this new ultra-mobile PC standard.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
With this being a prototype, it's got a whole bunch of stickers just slapped on the back here. So we've got the device specifications up here, as well as a model number, and it also identifies itself as the pre-release Intel L3M 1804 software development platform, which you know is rare because even Google doesn't know what I'm talking about when you type this in. Its all-knowing AI seems to think I'm mistakenly typing in a CPU model number or something. There's also this web address down here where you could get tech support, but it just goes to a 404 page now, which, I mean, makes sense. This thing's 20 years old, so I highly doubt that'll still be online. But it also, unfortunately, has not been archived by the Wayback Machine, likely because very few people even saw this URL in the first place and nobody bothered entering it in. Even if it was archived, though, I'm sure that you would have had to enter like a serial number or some login credentials to be able to view whatever is on this page. But it would have been neat, you know, if there was like some support documentation, like a manual or a schematic for this thing. I have none of that. But regardless, this is an incredibly fascinating device to take a look at. And with it being a software development platform, this was likely sent out to software developers who were creating software for the ultramobile PC standard. It also could have maybe been used as a reference model for hardware companies to base their designs around. I mean, who's to say? But it's definitely an engineering sample.
True. Who's to say?
Sale or release, property of Intel, Intel Confidential, as well as your FCC warning label, just letting you know that it hasn't been approved yet. All that very typical prototype stuff. Now, there's a couple of ways that you could go about using this device. The first is to kind of hold it like it's an oversized BlackBerry and use your thumbs to type around on the keyboard. You've got a track point down here for moving the mouse pointer around, left and right click buttons, as well as some function keys here. But this is also a touchscreen, so you have a stylus stored down here, and you can tap around on the screen to use it that way if you want. But not only that, the entire screen actually rotates, so you could use it in this orientation as well. Now, this mechanism is very stiff, and I'm honestly being very careful when I'm moving it. I don't really think it was meant to be rotated back and forth constantly, at least during this early stage. So you see how stiff, how long it takes me to do a full rotation there. But yeah, of course, it's a prototype. Stuff like that is going to be expected. Speaking of rotating, you also have a webcam up here that is capable of
chat
to the other side like that, which kind of remind me of these Sony VAIO laptops from the late 90s that I might have to do a video on at some point. But that's a topic for another day. Taking a look at the port selection, on the right side here you have a headphone jack as well as a single USB port. There's also this button for opening up the camera application, and there's this slot here that just has a piece of foam in there, but this is the right size for an SD card, so that very well may have been what this was intended for. Flipping it over to the left side, we have a SIM card slot, because yes, you could have used this thing over cellular. There is a 3G card inside. We'll take a look at that in a moment. And then we have this mystery connector that I'm just calling it that because I don't know exactly what it is. My initial thought was SCSI. It does look kind of like a VHDCI connector, which is used for SCSI drives, but it can be used for other things as well. However, I did post on Blue Sky about this, and some people thought that it was SCSI. Ron from Ron's Computer Videos thought that it was a dock connector of some kind, which I think is very possible. It also could be like a serial connector for debugging, but I think that the dock theory actually makes sense because after taking a closer look at this thing, there's no way to charge the battery. There's not a power port on it at all. So I think that either the battery had to be charged externally, or you would connect a cable to here and connect it to some docking station where you could provide power to it and have it charge the battery that way. So I have no idea what the odds are of a former Intel employee who worked on this thing seeing this video, but if you're out there and you know exactly what this was used for, please let us know in the comments. That would be much appreciated. Now, with this thing being a prototype, it is extremely easy to get inside of it. There's just this little slider up here that you have to pull back, and then you just move the entire back cover down, and it comes right off. And so inside of here, we've got the hard drive. We can actually just bring up the little spec sheet here. So we have our 30 gigabyte Toshiba hard drive. We have what I believe is our wireless adapter, and then right here is the 3G adapter. One thing that is notably missing is the battery. And if we flip this over here, you can see it's not in here either, but we do have this one little part of the battery that has the specifications on it. So this was a Sanyo lithium-ion 1740 milliamp hour battery that I guess was manufactured in 2007, either November 1st or January 11th.
Must be very rare.
Format that date is in. So this is very interesting because, like I said, the dates of this tablet that I found online for those articles and all of that said 2006. So this might have been a newer replacement battery.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
It could have been that this is just a later iteration of this prototype. I don't believe there were any dates of manufacture on the back here. Let me just take a quick skim over this again. No, there's not really anything I can make out on here, though maybe there's a date code or something. But Anyway, the reason why the battery isn't in here is because, according to Bishop, that thing was a spicy pillow when he first got it. So yeah, the battery was pretty bloated, so he cut it out of here, but he did keep the battery control board, and you can see this is where the battery was connected to it, but he just wired on a barrel connector so you can just, you know, directly power it that way using a transformer, which we are going to do in a moment here.
Ooh,
so it just
that's
connects
smart.
to those prongs like that. This does mean we have to run it with the back off because you cannot put it on with these cables coming out of the bottom. And what he was using, which I just got pretty much the exact same thing that he had, he got one of these power adapters that has an adjustable voltage dial, and he recommended keeping it somewhere between 7.8 and 8 volts. So that's what I've done here. And we
Here's a good cow.
And we'll turn it on. Now, to turn it on, the power switch is right down here, but it did break off. So what he was using is just a pair of tweezers to get in there and flip the power switch that way. So here's a pair of tweezers, and now I just got to go in here and
yay, you return. Welcome.
And move it to the left. I think I got it right there. There we go. It does run Windows XP, Tablet PC Edition. We'll go ahead and just move
Windows XP, you gotta love that.
To this orientation, just so that we can use it with the keyboard here.
I'm opting for cell shading here.
You know, splash screen there, Phoenix BIOS. We may hop into the BIOS later and see. And yeah, so it boots up Windows XP just fine. There is some noticeable drift on the mouse cursor from the track point here. He mentioned that this is something that can be resolved sometimes with a restart. It kind of seems like it's intermittent. It does it sometimes, other times it doesn't. Now this is interesting here. We get this pop-up every single time you turn it on that's just letting you know that this is a pre-release piece of hardware and there's some, you know, agreement that you would have to agree to use this thing. So we'll just press OK. These buttons down here are a little bit, you gotta press them in like a certain area to actually make the click register. And here we are. So you have an Intel wallpaper. It says software development platform down there on the right. Now, not all of the drivers
How is this not shoveling?
According to Bishop, he didn't really mess around with this a whole lot. So I've noticed, just in my off-camera testing, that there is a sound driver installed, but the speakers don't output anything. Now, that could be a
that's good, that's good.
It could be that there's the wrong driver installed. There are a few drivers stored on the hard drive that we'll see if we can mess around with in a moment. Unfortunately, the camera button on the side here, it will open up this application, but the camera doesn't appear to work, so it doesn't actually display anything. I have also noticed that the keyboard down here, it is nice to type on for the most part, but some of the keys, like the Windows one, you do have to put a little bit more force on it for the press to register. We'll just open up Run here, and I'll get WinVer open.
Makes me feel like I'm frozen.
And,
nice. Oofers.
All of these, like, I didn't have to press as hard on those as I did on the Windows key. So we'll hit enter. So according to Tablet PC Edition, it's running Service Pack 2. And I'm going to go ahead and just adjust the camera a little bit so we can get this zoomed in. Okay, so I've got this set up a little bit better here. I also plugged in a USB keyboard and mouse so that I'm not constantly moving the device around by using the built-in one. And one thing I did as well is I tried to plug in a pair of earbuds to the 3.5" jack just to see if maybe sound worked over that. The answer is no. So a little Realtek little control panel came up when I did that, and it asked me, like, what did you just plug in? And I went through all that, and still you can see down here there is that, like, do not sign over the... Oh, it's muted! Oh my gosh, that's literally all it was. The thing was muted the whole time. Okay, well that one's on me. So, okay, at least we figured that out. So the sound works. It was just muted this whole time. So built-in speakers work. They're definitely not very loud, though. So, okay, we'll close out of that. What I wanted to do for a little bit, of course, we're going to try to experiment and run some games on here. Bishop did tell me that Half-Life works on this. He tested it out, but I do want to take you through the OS a little bit and show you what we have on here. Unfortunately, the answer is not much. Now, you see, we still kind of have drifting going on, even with the USB mouse plugged in. It actually was worse than this. I went ahead and restarted it, and it stopped for a little bit, and then it just started up again. So what I want to do is go into Device Manager and see if we can disable the track point temporarily, just so that that stops. So let me find pointing devices. Here we go. So we've got the pen mount USB mouse, I'm guessing, is the one that we want to disable. So we're just gonna go down here and just disable it for now, and we'll see if that does not stop anything. Okay, that's unfortunate. It might be the PS2 compatible mouse then. You know, one of these might be for the touchscreen. Apparently we can't disable that one. Oh, well, it did just stop. Okay. Oh, no, now it's kind of going again. Okay, definitely seems intermittent. It kind of stopped for a while. Can we, if we re-enable this one, can we disable the PS2 one? No, we can't. So this cannot be disabled. So this might be the track point. The pen mouse might be referring to the touch screen. And then this is the mouse that we have plugged in. Just to confirm that, I'll unplug the USB mouse. And we'll let it refresh here. Yep, maybe we can go in control panel and mess around with the settings in there, but we'll just kind of deal with it for the time being. But anyways, so yeah, here's device manager. Here's the name of the computer. Yeah, so see other devices. We've got camera. It's, you know, no driver installed for that. And for our network adapters, it apparently does not have the proper driver, or the 802.11 wireless card is not working. We'll just leave device manager open. We may come back in here later on. Interestingly, in my documents, we have a my ebooks folder. Not a usual thing that you've got in here. So unfortunately, nothing inside. No documents or anything like that. If we go to my computer, we'll just take a look at the C drive. Of course, this is that 30 gigabyte Toshiba. And you can see here on the side, but we'll just bring up the properties anyway, that we are only using 3.9 gigabytes of space. So yeah, definitely not a whole lot on here. In fact, the only thing that I saw, first of all, there is this shortcut to a USB disk that, you know, just obviously doesn't do anything now because we have nothing plugged in. So I guess there was a disk used very frequently with this to where they put a shortcut on the C drive. Kind of a weird place for a shortcut though, since, you know, if you go to my computer, it'll have the drive in there. Maybe this was just mistakenly added in here somehow. Certainly a possibility. Documents and settings. We do have a few users on here. Admin is the account we're logged into, of course, the administrator account. We also have this one, which I actually have not seen this. So what do we have in here? Is this just the administrator account? Just like a copy of it? Very well might be. Under desktop, we just have Windows Media Player. We do have some Intel links under favorites. There's two Intel folders on the hard drive. The one just labeled Intel has a logs folder, and there's the single Intel chipset log. We have a date of 2008. What is the date currently set to? It thinks it's like midnight. That is wrong. January 2006. Okay, so yeah, the date is definitely off on this thing. And then this folder, the Intel SDP, which I'm assuming stands for Software Development Platform, has the drivers in here. Was there anything in applications? Yeah, okay, just Adobe Acrobat and Media Player 10, so nothing Intel specific. Licenses, we have a driver EULA.
That's actually very interesting for like a prototype.
Drivers. We do have some wallpapers. So here's the Software Development Platform OEM logo and the logo. I guess one of those is on the desktop here, or well, here's the, okay, so there's some more wallpapers because this is the one we currently have. And yeah, down here you've got the Software Development Platform little logo and the Intel Centrino logo. But that's kind of neat. So you have some other wallpapers in here that all have this Software Development Platform branding, and you just have a regular Intel logo. So I wonder, you know, because one of those was labeled OEM logo. If we go into properties, is there? Yes, there is. Okay, check that out. Now, this model number or whatever right here is actually the product code from the back of the case here. Just says genuine Intel processor, 800 megahertz, and then we have the 1 gigabyte of RAM, which yes, that all corresponds to the back. What does it say for support information? Okay, SDP system hardware support is provided via the Intel Premier Support website. You may request technical assistance from this site. So this is a different link than what is printed on the back of it. Proactive notifications as well as answers to direct questions will be provided from the Intel Premier Support website. If you do not already have a Premier account for this product, go to the webpage at, okay, this is the same link that's on the back. So this is where you would have to sign up for support. Complete the information requested during the registration process. Until access is obtained to the Intel Premier website, issues with the hardware can be reported in US and Canada by calling this 1-800 number. pressing 676. Oh god, they were ahead of their time, weren't they?
Oh no.
Close out of that, and we were in this folder. So last but not least are the drivers. Now we've confirmed that the audio driver is working. I assume the chipset one is installed. I don't know what quick button AP is. Maybe this is installed, maybe it's not. Quanta hotkey. Okay, now Quanta was the manufacturer of at least some of this hardware. So this might be, maybe it's for this button here. Bishop told me that this, I think, opens up the... Oh, that just looks like it changed resolutions. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Because, okay, please touch the blue point. Interesting. So now it's opened up a calibration tool. Let me get the stylus out of here. And I guess we'll have to calibrate the... okay, just do that one time. Now, judging from what the symbol is here, it almost looks like that this was supposed to change the orientation, so that, like, if you had the screen closed over the keyboard, you could use it, like, in portrait, but the screen does not auto-rotate when you move this thing back and forth, so maybe this is what that's normally supposed to do, but it's not configured that way right now. But anyway, the touchscreen driver, I mean, works. Like, I guess while we have the stylus out, I can show you, I can touch the screen, and yeah, so that works normally. And then you have QCam, which is the, well, there's actually nothing in here, but I'm assuming that's the camera software that, again, we can get access to with this on the side. Go ahead and press that button. Although now it's not opening up. Huh. That literally just stopped working. Well, that sure is weird, but yeah, there's not anything in here. Maybe there was like an install file or something. And then under program files, we have, of course, okay, like Inkball, so some of the tablet PC stuff. We should have all of that stuff anyway if we go into the start menu. But I guess I'll show you in here what we have. It is mostly just standard stuff. Here's the tablet PC folder. You saw the Adobe Reader installer. We've got that on here. This is the camera program, I think. We just have an uninstall thing there. No program to open up. We have a pen mount monitor application in the startup folder. Print Me Internet Printing, pen mounts. We have a control panel in that same monitor program that was under startup, under games, all that's standard, and under accessories, all of this is standard. So what is the control panel? Let's see what we have here. So it's recognized the device, multiple monitor support. Okay, that's kind of neat. And we have some tools so you can do calibration and all that. And here's the support information for that. So yeah, I suppose we could configure this if we want to and calibrate it, but the touchscreen seems to be working fine. I mean, when I was using this off camera, it is, you know, pretty well calibrated. So we can go here. I mean, is there a thing, can we hold on the desktop calibrated? Right click, yeah, so we can do that. Touchscreen works totally fine. So yeah, that is everything that is on. I mean, let's just verify that hidden files are, I think we saw some hidden files. Yeah, so hidden files are on. Do they have, oh, they're hiding extensions for known file types. We definitely want to get that off. There's not really a whole lot in terms of documentation on here. That would have been really cool to be able to see, you know, if there were like some, you know, some sort of like development stuff on here that we could look at. But yeah, not the case. Nothing really exciting on the desktop. These wallpapers are kind of cool though. I guess I could archive those if they haven't been published already. Well, we've made it to that point in the video where I have to go into a whole long-winded explanation about a bunch of things that transpired over the past few days, because oh my gosh, nothing can ever frickin' go right on this channel. I swear, it is insane to me. We were getting to that point in the episode where it was like, yeah, you know, we're gonna copy over Half-Life to this, play some games, have a little fun.
My brain is my brain is like, nope, I am clocking out. I was like, fuck, I want to draw. At least draw quite a bit. Holy shit. Alright. Let's see. Allow me to also finally got mail function for ooh, we got like your own email service kind of thing going on. Main. Oh. I meant main. Alright. That's fair, that's fair. Alright, allow me to just switch over to... Close that real quick. Switch over to ET reactions. Meow. Yeah, close that up real quick. Alright. Petering. Alright. And allow me to just switch this back over to just chatting. Alright. Oh, but I have a file I can use if anything goes horrifically wrong. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, okay.
Messing around with this, and guess what? The frickin' hard drive just died. And I don't just mean
Oh,
that,
no.
oh, it's being really slow, or it sounds like it's clicking in here. No, completely, utterly, out of nowhere, dead. When you try to boot from it now, it gives a disk read error, and I tried plugging this into some other systems. None of them can read anything on it. My Windows 10 system back here will recognize it, but Windows Explorer will just hang if you try to go into the drive, and I can't even
Ooh.
open anything like Crystal Disk Mark to view the smart info on.
I decided to mess with it. Empty, but fine because there's zero MIPS. Yeah, and that's just the MIPS default parity. Alright, yeah. That's fair. Also, we're not really talking about programming here, we're just talking about how cool this prototype is here.
On this drive. I can't run a smart test through some other tools that I've tried on another system. So I don't know what the odds are for complete sudden disk failure, but it happened to me. And of course, it has to happen on this drive that was in a rare, possibly one-of-a-kind prototype that we don't have a backup of. I did not make a backup of this prior to recording, and when I was talking with Bishop about this over email, he didn't make a backup of it either. I just feel really terrible about this. Bishop told me not to worry about it. I mean, I think that this was inevitable. This drive would have failed eventually. Gosh, man, it just frickin' sucks. Like, I feel so bad about this. Now, what I was able to do to kind of salvage this whole thing a little bit is, well, first of all, I had a replacement drive lying around, one of these 1.8-inch drives. So I put that in here. This is actually the exact same size as this one. It's another 30 gig drive, but this is a Samsung drive instead of a Toshiba one, so it's not like the original part. Now, fortunately, the hard disk swap was pretty easy to do. You don't even have to remove this entire back plate. Bishop gave me permission to do that, but I wanted to avoid it as much as possible. But the drive, you just have to remove these 4 screws here, and obviously, you know, take out the card here as well. The drive pops out, you put the new one in, connect it to the cable, and put the screws back in, and you're all good to go. And so then I just went ahead and installed XP Tablet PC Edition on it. And then I looked back at the footage that I already recorded, and if you remember, there was that drivers folder on the old hard drive that had all those subfolders in it with the name and the version number of the respective driver. And fortunately, they were all just, you know, regular drivers that were released for other systems. So I was able to get the chipset drivers, the video, the sound, and the touchscreen working properly as well. In fact, that same pen mount program is in here, so we can go into the control panel, and it's recognized the pen mount 6000 USB, and, you know, we can configure it and do all that stuff from here. So we have the same program installed. I also added some files in System32 that will modify the system properties dialog to give us the same exact info that we had before. I retyped out all of the support information from the footage that I had, and then this is just a screenshot from my videos, because I could not find this exact image anywhere. I could, you know, recreate it. Maybe I will do that and try to find like this exact font that was used before I send it back to Bishop. So yeah, I've tried to set this back up as close to the original configuration as I possibly can. Unfortunately, the one thing that we're missing is the default wallpaper, that custom Intel one that we saw earlier. I could not find a copy of that online anywhere. I did a reverse image search just with a screenshot that I grabbed of it from my video, and Google did not return any matches. I mean, it obviously recognized that it was like an Intel wallpaper because it said Intel, but it appears that that wallpaper, and I'm assuming those other ones as well that were in that wallpapers folder, were not released publicly. They were like used on internal Intel hardware and stuff they would send to their partners. So yeah, that's the only real bad news. I am going to try, and I did get permission from Bishop to do this, but I was going to see about sending the old drive into a professional data recovery place to see if anything on this can be salvageable, because I would like to get as much off of this as we can, even though that, you know, it seems like the only stuff unique to this were the wallpapers, obviously the way the OS was configured, and I think there were a couple of those drivers. I mean, there were some that I couldn't find. I mean, the camera didn't work even on the old configuration. I can't get that working now, and this button over here currently does not do anything, whereas before it did change the screen resolution. And so I think there was a tool on there that like handled all of that, but I wasn't able to find a copy of that. So I'm hoping that there is a chance that we can get some data off this drive if I send it in somewhere. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at doing, and I'm definitely open to hearing suggestions, because I have not used any professional data recovery services before in the past. So if anybody out there has some experience with them, or perhaps some recommendations, please feel free to leave those down in the comments. But I guess going forward, I'm going to think twice about copying Half-Life over to hard drives on computers that I get, because evidently this one did not like that. But I did get it successfully copied over to this one, so now is the point in the video where we're going to try to play Half-Life, and I'm going to do it purely by holding the thing like this and trying to... I can actually just unplug the
brain is just on like
I need this hub for anything.
The amount of EP I'm feeling right now is kind of just my brain cell being on life support. Oh, you haven't had? Okay. All right, we're waiting. Alright, we're just waiting. We're waiting right now for Red to get back. It's a long ass errand. But yeah. Oh god, the amount of EP I feel right now. Holy shit. And dude, I was excited to just do, let me just do an art stream. I want to draw art, and I'm fucking happy about it. We're just waiting on Red and see if she gets back. Yes, the amount of AIDS.
Here's a good cow.
I'm here. Add over? Alright, that's good, that's good, that's good. Alright, did that. Alright. The 2-minute 30-second ad. So we should have for 5 minutes. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. Alright. There we go. Boy. But yeah. Welcome back. Meow. Alright. I think for Sunday when you're doing an affiliate stream, I'll also do a subscription discount as well. Just to celebrate the affiliate stream on Sunday. Because I didn't expect to get affiliate today. And Thursday I'm gonna be busy as hell running errands, stuff like that. So yeah. Yepers, yep.
But yeah, we're going to see how doable this is. So let's run hl.exe. We are going to continue and ignore the compatibility message. And oh geez, we gotta type in the key. I always forget about this.
The key.
Oh, and we're getting the drifting. We're getting the drifting already. It is a very slow drift to the left, but we are getting the drifting.
Oh my god, that is a horrible way to play Half-Life 2. That's a horrible way to play. Jesus Christ, he's a fucking madman for that.
Frame rate looks good. The mouse sensitivity is definitely something.
It is something.
Playing this with a frickin' track point, man. Oh my gosh. Like, why would you ever subject yourself to this? So, yeah, here we are. We can move around. We can look around.
I have a question. Can we add track points to mouses here? Like, in the physical mouse itself, can we add a track point here? Like, try right here. Only adds, like somewhere, like a track point right there. So you can use that without, like, having to move the mouse. That'll be good. Adding a track point to the mouse itself.
All seems to be fine. It's just play. This is gonna be something. So let's head in here. Let's get our HEV suit. If I can look up this way. There we go. Oh, yeah, it can be pretty disorienting, especially when you're playing on a freaking small screen with a track point and a tiny little keyboard like this.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, I think I could kind of get used to this. Is that crazy to say? I mean, maybe, well, I'm not in, like, combat or anything yet, because, yeah, you have to click down here to fire. Like, yeah, no, there's no way that I could actually get used to this. But here's the next world record, you know, any percent that I would want to see from someone is playing Half-Life on something like this and see how long it takes them to go through. I mean, look at this. Like, look, you have to... No, I don't want to go this way. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. And we jump over there. Perfect. Well, I think you guys get the gist of it. That is a little bit of Half-Life on this thing, so at least we were able to have some fun. And I think that is pretty much going to wrap it up for this video on this really wacky prototype that is just so fascinating to see. And again, the whole situation with the hard drive does suck, and I do feel really bad about this, and I do want to thank Bishop for not only sending me this thing, but for being incredibly understanding about, you know, when I told them that the drive just failed. But yeah, hopefully we will be able to salvage some stuff off of here through a professional data recovery service or some other means. Again, if anybody out there has any suggestions, feel free to let me know down in the comments. But
Blah blah blah. Yeah. Yeah. I have a question, chat. Do you like the automatic ads, or do you want to do like manual run an ad every hour? Or every like fucking like you have to run like a 2-minute 30-second ad every hour. If I do it for 2 hours, then it's like it has to be like 5 minutes of ads. Honestly, whatever you think is best. Right now, it's just automatic ads. It's best for me because that way I don't have to remember, and chat will tell me, hey, an ad's playing, alright, I pause it. I kind of just pause the stream, wait for chat to come back, and then boom.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, definitely be sure to give it a thumbs up and get subscribed down below. And as always, I just want to thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
And kind of watch a little bit of the first video here.
It seems nothing is as depressing as a Gen Alpha childhood.
Why the fuck are kids not acting like kids anymore? I'm gonna try and say this in, like,
the least creepy way possible.
but some of these kids nowadays look like they're 13
Going on fucking 30.
I was at the mall the other day and I saw this, like, 10-year-old girl dressed head to toe in Lululemon, a full face of makeup, holding a brand new iPhone, and had a designer bag on her arm. Like, dude,
What
Jesus Christ.
what has happened to having a childhood? Like, bro, at 10
Exactly.
years old, I was rocking some fucking Skechers, and I was wearing some shitty-ass
Exactly.
and I'm pretty sure that
Nowadays, kids just don't touch fucking grass. I mean,
the online world has fully replaced hanging out in real life, and it's honestly a little depressing to see. Like, dude, go and ride your bike. Go and form a boy band.
go and rob a fucking bank for all I care.
I mean, seriously, do something. Another thing, I'm not even sure that kids have awkward stages anymore. Like, bro, my awkward stage lasted me, like, I don't know, 4 fucking years, but it was essential to figuring out who I was. And in my 20 years of life, I have never seen a generation of kids that are, like, so obsessed with politics. Kids nowadays are growing up way too fast. I mean, we're talking mentally and physically. And do kids even watch cartoons anymore? The other day, I asked my 9-year-old cousin what his favorite cartoon was, and he's like, cartoon? Did you mean YouTube? And I was like,
No, you loaf of fucking bread.
I meant cartoon. And he's like, oh, I don't watch cartoons.
What?
Bro, when I was 9 years old, I was watching iCarly, Scooby-Doo, Paw Patrol, The Amazing World of Gumball, Regular Show. I mean, you name it,
All the okay, so all those cartoons he listed out, that was fucking my childhood as well.
I was watching that shit.
It's like the life has been sucked out of these kids. Everywhere you go, it seems like kids have leapfrogged over that awkward period of childhood, and they're just pretending they're adults. All the brain-rotted Gen Alpha iPad kids fall into one of 2 camps. The first is the ones who will spontaneously combust if they don't have their iPad.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
DBT, when my sister got an iPad for Christmas, I'll type a random passcode and say forgot it. This is why you write down your passwords, or you get a simple one that you can remember. You write it down, take 10 minutes at your time before you even put the password in. Take 10 minutes at your time to remember it, and then now you're done. For me, it's Ben 10, SpongeBob, Sophia. Yeah, Ben 10, SpongeBob. That was my childhood. Infinity Storm as well. Also my childhood. Also, adding on, my childhood was all Sonic Sat AM, Sonic Underground, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Misadventures of Blackjack, Amazing World Gumball, SpongeBob. That's also like a banger. That was pretty much a childhood.
Christmas memories.
What the fuck? Lol, that's fucking. Also, this kid right here. This kid right here. Blaming the parent. That's a mom. That's a mom. I blame the mom for that.
Every time I see
Fadington? I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the art stream. Well, we're pretty much like taking we're just pretty much taking a final break before I end our stream. Plus, it's kind of an impromptu Twitch affiliate stream because I just found out today.
He's a good cow.
I found out today that I got Twitch affiliate. So there's that, and I do plan on having like a proper Twitch affiliate stream. Gonna be going on. Like going on about like tomorrow? No, not tomorrow. On Sunday, I'm gonna have a proper Twitch affiliate stream. But yeah, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? I was just talking about like iPad kids, and there. I think. Hold on. Let me go back real quick. Here, here. I was talking about this right here. Oh, they left. Yeah.
See those videos, I'm like, what are we doing with these kids? The second
yeah,
is
what
the
are we
kids trying
doing?
to cosplay that they're adults. When I was a kid, kids would be into dinosaurs and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Fairly Odd Parents and cartoons.
I was into that, yes, as a kid, as well as princesses, Dollhouse, pretty much all the girly stuff as well. And this was be like a gender neutral thing, but plushies. But somehow my parents twist that to being, oh, plushies only girls thing, blah blah. And I looked at my brother's plushie collection and I looked back at them. And they said, my bad. You can have your plushies. Until I was like 16, 17, 18. Until I was 18 where one day came home from school. Found out all my entire plushie collection was gone. Turned out my parents threw out my entire plushie collection. I'm still fucking pissed off about that. Because I bought the majority of the plushies. I should have just fucking sued them over it. I took many pictures of my plushies. So I should just sue them over it.
And sharks on their shirts. But now there's a combination of kids not being interested in those things, but more often it's their millennial parents who are more interested in getting an Instagram aesthetic in dressing their kids or making their room than actually what the kid wants for their decoration. These millennial parents' houses look like a psychiatrist's office or the antechamber to purgatory. And they keep that Kafka-esque corporate aesthetic into their kids' rooms and their kids' backpacks and their kids' clothes. It's gotten so bad that at department stores they're carrying fewer t-shirts for kids with like bugs and superheroes and princesses because the kids or their parents are just shopping for them like they're small teenagers. At this point, some mothers aren't decorating their kids' rooms for their kids. They're decorating it because it's what they want to see. These parents are sacrificing having a fun environment for their kids with a bunch of colors, which are key to a child's development, by the way, because they don't like their kids' aesthetic. They don't like.
I fucking hate parents who fucking do that. How let your kids be kids? God fucking damn it! Your kids ain't fucking miniature fucking clones of you. Yes, it's kind of half a clone part. It's half yourself in that kid, but still, let your kids be fucking kids. Fucking, oh my god. I had at the very least I was able to choose color of my room. Pretty much had like a 2-color room. One side was yellow, one side was blue. I guess the next color room, if I wanted like 2-tone room, I would have one side crimson red, one side black. That's what I would want.
Like their 5-year-old.
Like the north and south side be crimson red and the east and west side being black.
T-shirt aesthetic. This mom is making sure her kids' clothes are beige. And this mom is spray painting her kid's basketball hoop so it doesn't have any color. POV, you designed the perfect new big boy room and your husband surprises you and your toddler with this. And then she shows the Paw Patrol bed sheets as if it's like Playboy magazine. How can you get angry? Of course your kid wants Paw Patrol.
I fucking don't understand parents who think like that. I just fucking don't. So, okay. Alrighty. Let me just double check the... There's an ad starting soon, so... 5 minutes till ad... Pre-roll ad... Rested for 63 minutes. What the fuck? Ad break. Okay, there's an ad break happening. Alright, we're just waiting. We're just waiting a little bit. We're waiting a little bit. Alright. Alright. We're just waiting for everyone to come back, essentially. Alright. Alrighty. Meow. Alright, well, while we're waiting here, I do want to say that, pretty much, I just don't understand this kind of parents. I really don't understand why the fuck they think that, making their entire fucking room beige is a fucking good idea. Like, come on. Let your kid actually be a fucking kid. Like, come on, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Why the fuck are parents like this? I don't fucking understand. Okay, and it's about to end in about 30 seconds, so we can wait on that. Oh, fuck. That break ended. Okay. Everyone's back. Yay, everyone's back. Alright. Then go to just chatting here. Alright.
Here's a good cow.
I am meow. Thank you for that. Stream avatars. Let me put it on. Stream avatars. There we go. On stream avatars. There we go. Anywho, chat. My brain's kind of like very eepy. very eepy. So cute, me excited. Meow. Oh no. let me water. Alright, what I want to do this. Fine, I'm good girl. Anywho, in chat, I'm pretty much gonna be ending stream here. I just want to say thank you everyone for joining the stream. I know this is an impromptu Twitch affiliate stream, but Sunday is gonna be a proper Twitch affiliate stream. That's interesting stuff's gonna happen there. Anywho, just pretty much gonna be just relaxing. Just relaxing for the rest of the day, preparing for the fucking double work week. And that being said, with that being said, I just want to say thank you everyone for joining today's stream here. I hope y'all love watching me draw. Arc, you just made a mistake. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? You are, Arc. You are. You're such a good girl, Arc. You're a very good girl indeed. Who's a good girl? Is you? You're a good girl? Yes, you are. You're a good girl. You're very much a good girl. Bye-bye, Randy. Take care. Have a good day. Stay warm. Yeah, I'm gonna stay warm. I'm gonna try to stay warm. I'm gonna have some, probably like have to date a little later. Oh, the arc is blushing. The arc is very blushy. Oh, such a cutie good girl. You're such a cutie. You're such a good girl. You deserve head pets and scratches. And here we go. Let me put this collar on you, and let me put this leash on you. There you go. There you go. Who's a good girl now? Who's a good girl? Yeah. Okay. I'm done. Anywho. I'm gonna pretty much like just relax for the rest of the day. Hang out with a partner and the stuff like that. Oh, I got secondhand flustered. Red, you're such a good girl. You're such a good girl, Red. You're such a good girl for me. Oh, both of you are blushy. Oh, it's so cute. Anywho. I'm just gonna be relaxed all day. I'm gonna be relaxed the rest of the day, hang out with a partner, and all that. And my brain is already checked out. That being said, chat, my name is Brandon Blitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of VK chat to me as well as I draw art. And hopefully, I'll be reading modeling for everyone here. That being said, I gotta go now, Blitzies. Bye, Matane.